Hi, good morning, everyone. We're going to wait a little bit to allow time for people to join on. I think we're waiting on one more energy safety member. I think Brain Denise is having issues getting on.
Okay, let me check in with her.
Oh, looks like we've got Denise now. Yeah, so Ray, I guess whenever you're ready to start sharing slides again, I can go ahead and get started.
All right, let's begin.
Yeah, so good morning, everyone. My name is Andy Biggs. I'm a utilities engineer with Energy Safety, and today we're going to be holding our scoping meeting for climate change as it relates to wildfire mitigation planning by utilities. I'm also joined today by Dr. Michael Wara, and got kind of a tight schedule here, so we'll go ahead and jump in. There's a quick quick safety message. Just be sure to be aware of your surroundings. I know there's been a lot of extreme heat throughout the state. So make sure to stay cool, and it's an all-day meeting, so make sure to stand up and take breaks whenever you need. We do have a couple of breaks scheduled. Also be sure to know your emergency exits and evacuation route. A lot of us are working from home, so make sure you have a plan ready in case of emergency. And then lastly, just make sure you have a emergency contact information available, and if for some reason you don't have one, feel free to use the chat. We can try and figure out how best to get help to you. Next slide. So for participants, today, most of the Q&A that's going to be open to the public is left towards the end, and a lot of the panels we're running will be administrating the questions and the discussion, but panelists will be available for questions towards the end. But if you want to have your question ready, feel free to type it within the Q&A feature. And in terms of the raising hand function, we'll wait till this afternoon. Next slide. And so in terms of everything we're covering today, first off, we just have a brief introduction on why the utility should use climate change and modeling and why we're here today. Then we'll have a presentation from the CalAdapt team, since a lot of the utilities have been using their data and information and some of the progress they've had on the 5th climate change assessment. And then we'll have 10-minute presentations from each of the IOUs on where they're at in terms of modeling climate change so far. And then we'll start breaking out into panels on various topics relating to climate change, including heat, aridity, vegetation, and wind, and have a lot of great experts today to participate on those panels. Have a break at lunch from 12 to 1. And then this afternoon is when we'll have the Q&A with the discussion between energy safety and the panel, where we'll allow questions from the public. Starting off before then with another brief introduction as to why it's important to get climate change into consequence modeling. And then lastly, we'll talk about the next steps and where to move forward after everything we've learned today. Next slide. Wanted to welcome Dr. Wara for a brief statement.
Thanks, Andy. Really appreciate it, and appreciate the fact that Energy Safety has organized and is holding this meeting, which I think is really a continuation of a process that's been getting started at all of the utilities, and we see it in the continued improvement in their wildfire mitigation planning processes and in the actions they're taking to directly address the effects of climate change. I think it's important to step back and realize that we probably wouldn't be, Energy Safety as an agency might not exist, and we certainly wouldn't be in this meeting, but for the growing impacts of climate change on wildfire risk in California. Of course, 20 years ago, the failure mode that was acceptable for utility infrastructure in the Western United States was that distribution system lines might get struck by a tree during a winter storm and get knocked down, and crews would show up an hour later, and if there was a fire, they would quickly extinguish it, but there probably wasn't a fire because most likely the storm that knocked the trees down was a winter rain event. And we've obviously seen changing patterns of weather, of fuels, aridity, and also importantly of population and where land use patterns are causing new development to occur that might create incremental risk. The utilities, since the advent of really the SDG&E wildfire mitigation planning process in the early 2010s in California, have been leaders and also have been subject to some of the greatest wildfire disasters that anyone has experienced in the United States, or maybe even well, I wouldn't want to compare us to Australia, but I think the response in California is really writing the playbook on how to address this very challenging issue in a way that both preserves reliability, ensures safety, and is working, and I'd say this is still a work in progress that we all need to think a lot about, ensures energy affordability. What I'd say is that the hallmark of the energy safety approach is continuous improvement and collaboration. And this agency and the folks that work in it have really strived to create an environment where all of the parties involved in this process can collaborate together to get to the best outcome possible, recognizing that outcome is not the end of the road, that next year we're going to come back and keep working. That, I think, is a really unique and important approach toward improving safety. There are certainly analogs to it in the nuclear industry and in the commercial aviation industry that I think are kind of bellwethers for how energy safety thinks about its work. But I would just say that this meeting is really representative of that. And it also represents the fact that even as we better understand the risk today of wildfire, and the utilities have been leaders in developing a better kind of operational understanding of wildfire risk, and they're beginning to have a better long-term view, we all need to recognize that the future is not going to be like the past, that our weather records of the last 20 years are probably not representative of the weather and climate and fuels that we will experience over the next 2 decades, let alone the lifetime of much of the infrastructure that the utilities are working so hard to deploy in the field to reduce current wildfire risk. And so building in a quantified visualization, quantification of the change in climate change risk, and understanding not only what the risk is today, but what it will be in 10, 20, and 30 years becomes very important. I'm old enough to remember when we all concluded that extreme wildfire risk was something that would happen in far Southern California, but we didn't need to worry about it in Northern California. And obviously that changed in the mid 2010s. And we need to be ready for the next changes to make sure that we never experience, what happened 5 years ago. And I think this process is the way that we do that. I'm really excited to be a participant in the process and to be working with energy safety to make sure that we build the best science into the work that the utilities are doing, and that the utilities have a safe space in which to collaborate and share best practices so that everyone is lifted up to the highest levels. And hopefully that's done in the most cost-effective way so that impacts on ratepayers are minimized and safety is maximized. Thanks very much. And I'm really looking forward to the presentations.
Thank you so much, Dr. Orr. And next slide, I'll try and get through these quickly so we can jump into the presentations. But did just want to give a little bit of context as to where the scoping meeting came out of and why we're here today. So back when we did our WMP, or Wildfire Mitigation Plan reviews last year, noticed that each utility was at a different stage in terms of how they were integrating climate change into their modeling, and that it is a lot larger of an issue and that it shouldn't just be on the utilities' backs. And so wanted to have a different extension in which we could kind of evaluate and explore what different resources exist and what best practices and how utilities can best integrate that. So next slide. So some of our goals for today, as well as moving forward, is to go through like what challenges utilities are seeing and what challenges exist in terms of understanding wildfire risk consequence as it relates to climate change in general. Get an idea of like what research and modeling expertise is out there that could be leveraged. Start working on a plan on how to move forward and reach kind of a more standardized approach throughout the state for utilities to use. And then also just identify like future topics that require more exploration before the utilities are able to integrate them into their modeling. So next slide. And just kind of going over some of the points we were hoping to cover today. And a lot of what Dr. Wara led up towards is like, why should climate change be included in utilities risk consequence modeling? What different factors directly impact wildfire risk? What tools are utilities currently using and what tools could they be using? How best to start integrating climate change into modeling, and then going through a couple of examples. So I had a quick few polls to get an idea of who's attending today. And so next slide, if you could, Rain, if you could explain how to participate in the polls.
Yes, we'll be launching a poll. Everybody feel free to participate.
Yep, I'm not sure if we've been getting responses. I haven't been able to see.
Yes, currently got 39 of 47 people responding.
I think we're good to show, just since we're got a tight schedule. So yeah, it seems like a lot of people are from the state agency and electrical corporations, which makes sense. And then a few from academia, and then others who have been WMP stakeholders, either new or part of this process for a while. And then next slide. So just wanted to take a quick poll. So today we're covering heat, aridity, vegetation, and wind. But wanted to see what others thought on what different factors should be included when considering climate change risks as it relates to wildfire. So feel free to include a short response. Okay, so it looks like we've gotten 12 answers so far. Give it a couple more seconds. Okay, so Rain, I'm trying to share responses, but not sure where that's actually showing up.
Yeah, it looks like you have to click on the view details option in the slide or in the poll section, and then that takes you to a website with the responses.
I'll take a little bit to figure out how to do that. I can show that after the presentations, but did want to, since we're running a little bit behind, send it over to the CalAdapt team to present.
Good morning. Excuse me. While slides are getting pulled up, I'll just say I'm Susan Wilhelm. I'm the technical lead for energy-related research at the California Energy Commission. I'm going to jump right in since we're tight on time and just note that today my goal is to give you a high-level orientation as to what CalAdapt is and where it's headed. Ultimately, the main thing I want to say is that we're really looking forward to working with IOUs to learn more about their needs, because your needs will inform how we move forward in funding applied research. to make a large body of data actionable. And this data includes what you're going to hear more about from Julie Kalansky and Leroy Westerling. Okay, so CalAdapt was launched in 2011 with support from energy ratepayer funded research from the California Energy Commission. Since that time, the scope of CalAdapt has expanded substantially. The type of data, the volume of data has multiplied, and so too have the types of people involved, the types of expertise they bring. So at this point, we have a research team that brings climate scientists, data analysts, a data platform and web developers. We also have digital innovators whose contributions help make massive amounts of data amenable to cloud-based analysis. And then, of course, we have data contributors whose work makes all of this possible. Next, please. Okay. I think a lot of you are already familiar with the web application represented by the screenshot on the lower left. This web application allows anyone to explore climate change at a local level, leveraging interactive visualizations and peer-reviewed high-resolution climate projections. Two exciting developments that are in the works I want to draw your attention to. First is that the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, or OPR, anticipates bringing support and climate services in this space for a general user base. CEC, in the meantime, is continuing to support energy sector stakeholders, and to that end, we are working this year to update the data download tool. Currently, through the web application, data download tool gives you access to 4th assessment data, but towards the end of the year, you'll be able to access 5th assessment data. Okay, so next, please. CalAdapt has expanded beyond visualizing data, beyond making it available for download, with what we're calling the CalAdapt Analytics Engine. Why the Analytics Engine? As you see, we have a few orders of magnitude more data with California's 5th climate change assessment. And so it really increases the need for us to provide the scientific and analytical support to help stakeholders transform massive amounts of data into kernels of insight, whether those be modeling inputs, direct support for planning processes, support for research, et cetera. So that's what we're doing. And of course, being the Energy Commission, our focus is on energy resilience. And one last exciting development I'll draw your attention to, that is the observation platform, which is bringing continuously updated, quality-controlled observations at more than 10,000 meteorological stations across the WEG. Those observations feed into both the web application and the analytics engine. Opens a lot of new possibilities. Okay, so as noted, the goal of the analytics engine is not just to provide access to rich data resources, but to bridge the gap between massive amounts of data and the people who need to use it. So the analytics engine team started off with a lot of stakeholder engagement through which they identified 5 priority use cases. Right now, they're hard at work collaborating with energy stakeholders on the first 4 use cases there. They're working with CEC's demand forecast unit, as well as a couple of IOUs, to produce analytical resources that help them integrate climate change data into their workflows, into their modeling ecosystems, into their resilience efforts. Next, please. Of course, it's the 5th use case we're interested in today. We anticipate that as early as the 2nd quarter of 2024, we'll be getting to work on helping transform data into direct support for long-term wildfire risk management. What we build out through our research program is going to depend on what key stakeholders need, on what the IOUs need. One thing we've heard to this point, and as Michael Rohrer alluded to, is the need to understand not just fire weather risk right now, but what it's going to be like in a future climate as we're thinking about infrastructure and management options. We're really looking forward to exploring how we can support bringing open data and analytics to bear on IOU's needs in this space. You can certainly expect to hear from us when we get to this point, but in the meantime, it's fine and welcome to reach out to us directly to register your interest. Okay, so wrapping up, next slide, please. Yeah. So I've described a bit about CalAdapt and the nascent observation platform, the 2 things in the green boxes. In a moment, you'll hear from Julie Kalansky on the purple box stuff, the climate projections. Leroy Westerling is going to describe long-term wildfire scenarios that build on these climate projections. And I do simply want to mention, although we won't talk more about it today, that on August 18th, there's a Pyrocast webinar from what we're calling the Pyrogens team. They're going to showcase open and free real-time fire risk and dynamic spread modeling. Thank you so much, and I'll pass to Julie.
Susan, excuse me, as Susan mentioned, I'll be talking about the development of the climate projections for California. And this is a very collaborative process. Of course, it's funded by the Energy Commission, and we work closely with them. Dan Can is the PI, and a group of us are at Scripps Institution of Oceanography. And then the dynamical downscaling and the hydrology is from UCLA, and the stakeholder engagement is from Berkeley. If you could go to the next slide, please. So this is just to get a sense of why we do downscaling at all. And so this actually isn't just from the GCM, but this is the comparison of different global climate models of the grid cells and the downscaling that is evolved over the different generations of global climate models. And so this was CMIP 3, so quite a while ago, and you can see the grid spacing. CMIP 5, which was part of the 4th assessment, and this was at 6 kilometers. And then this time around for the 5th assessment and part of this project, it's 3 kilometers. And so as you can see, we're getting smaller and smaller spatial resolution. And this really helps with California has such complex topography, and our topography or our weather and climate are influenced by that topography. So by having higher spatial resolutions like shown in the CMIP 6 era, we're better able to capture how weather and climate are impacted by that topography in the downscaling effort. You could go to the next slide. So before I jump into what is becoming available, I just wanted to kind of do some background on what downscaling is. And so calling this the downscaling 101. There's generally 2 types of downscaling. One is dynamical downscaling, which uses what you can think of as a weather model, weather forecasting model, to take the input from the global climate models, which have these really, really large spatial resolutions, and then use that weather climate model with calculations and understandings of how weather and climate work to downscale to smaller scales. There's a much larger number of variables. There's less assumptions in that we're not assuming that patterns that were true in the past will true in the future. However, because it's a computer that's doing all these calculations to do the downscaling, it's very computationally expensive. So it is limited by the computation. There's higher temporal resolution. And so for the dynamical downscaling, some of the variables are saved at hourly resolution. And it can benefit from bias correction. Statistical downscaling is a way to be able to look at a wider breadth of models. You can look at many different models because it's not using a computer in the same way as running these models. It's looking at relationships. So it's less computationally expensive. Though on the flip side of it, because of that, you need to have good observations to be able to do this. And so there are fewer variables. And I will note that this time around for the as part of this project, we're using a new type, or it's the same type, but a new version of the downscaling called LOCA 2. And it has better representation of extremes, especially precipitation. And I will say the bias correction is ingrained as part of the statistical process, where that's not necessarily true for the dynamical. One thing that's very cool about this round of data is that it's a blend. There is a hybrid statistical downscaling process. And the idea of this is that the statistical looks at the relationships between, to downscale, the relationships between weather patterns historically. And that's assuming that these weather patterns will be true in the future as well. By being able to use this dynamical downscaling, it eliminates that, we call it the assumption of stationarity, right? That these relationships say stationarity. And so it limits this assumption by using the WRF dynamical downscaling as input into the statistical downscaling. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to highlight, now that we can understand the differences, so what's coming out of this and how the dynamical downscale data differ from the statistical downscale data. And I just want to emphasize how cool it is that we really have both types of data, because there's benefits to both, and they can be both used in different ways to understand climate projections. And so what you're actually seeing in the middle is that red square is the 3-kilometer domain. So within this red square box, the data will be available for 3 kilometers. For the LOCA, it does not extend off the coast, whereas for WRF, it does. So for the dynamically downscaled data, it's downscaled with forecasting model called WRF. It's a weather regional forecast model. All the models that have been dynamically downscaled are SSP 370. So kind of what we are deemed kind of the general thought is the most likely scenario in terms of emissions. There are ALARA data for 37 variables. So as I mentioned, one of the benefits of dynamically downscaled data is a higher resolution. What I'm saying here is that it's dynamically consistent is because it's a computer that's doing all the calculations and doing the downscale together. For example, if you're thinking about a big atmospheric river, the whole event is being downscaled together. And so the dynamics of it is consistent throughout the event. They were not bias corrected. And the time range goes from 1980 to 2100. And this is actually a typo that I caught, but I sent the wrong version to Susan. So we will actually have 8 models that are dynamically downscaled that are there are 4 that are already done, and there are 4 that will be done late summer, early fall, and it's approximately 500 years of data. On the flip side, the statistical downscaling, it's being done with the process called LOCA2. It covers a variety of SSPs, so a lower emission and land use scenario, the kind of most likely, and then a higher one. There's daily data available for 8 variables, and I list them down at the bottom. At specific stations that have at least hourly station data, for 32 of the stations will have hourly temperature. The data is bias corrected to observations, and this is ingrained as part of the process. It extends a little bit farther back in the historical period, so it goes from 1950 to 2100. There's 15 different models, so GCMs, and within that there's also because of the various SSPs in each model, or some of the models have ensemble members, so the same SSP, but in another run. It's 190 runs and about 10,000 years of model data. So you can just get a sense of some of the differences between the 2 types. Next slide. So I just want to highlight some of the additional data that will be produced. So one thing that's already complete is a global model evaluation for California. And so look at how the different GCMs perform over California by comparing historical GCM statistics to actually observed statistics. There's also going to be a hydrologic modeling output. There's 2 models, NOAA and PV and VIC, 2 surface models. They're daily variables including stream flow and soil moisture. And there are 10 LOCA models and the 4 WRF models. In addition, there's a projection of hourly sea level at select locations. It was from 1950 to 2100. And lastly, we'll have some targeted case studies, so identify no extreme events in these dynamically downscaled data. And I think that is it. So I'll turn it over to Leroy. Thank you.
Hey, happy to join you guys. Hope you're having a good morning. My objective here is really just to give you a quick overview of first the Pyrogens project with 1 slide, and then delve into some of the details of what the fire projections look like. My role with this is as a coordinator of the integration of different aspects of the statistical and dynamic modeling for wildfire and vegetation. My lab also produces some of the statistical models. So next slide, please. This is sort of a bird's eye view of the Pyrogens project. So we're looking at fire behavior and extreme weather and how they feed into the long-term wildfire modeling that I'm doing, which feeds into the scenario analyses, but also there are short-term models as well, so forecast tools that you can explore at their website, pyrogens.org. And then eventually we'll have the outputs of the long-term projections up there as well. The next slide, please. So this is just a flow chart showing the flow of information through the models for the long-term modeling. So if you think about it in terms of columns, the first column there are the inputs. So that's both historical data products that are, gridded and modeled after ingesting reanalysis and other historical data, Earth observations, and stakeholder attributes and scenarios, right? So going into their second column there, we have two dynamic vegetation models, Landis 2.0 and Lucas. So Landis is run 150 meters over the forested areas of the state, so it encompasses about 95% of the forest area in California. And then Lucas is coarser and run at 1 kilometer currently over the whole state. And we have historic versions of those, and then projections as well. And then there's statistical fire models, as well as the fire modeling modules that come with Lucas and Landis. So the statistical fire models basically look at historical relationships between climate, vegetation, topography, and landholder characteristics, and subsequent ignition probabilities for large fires and their size, severity fractions, and then actually project or simulate fires severity maps for future fires down to 30 meters. And these models can be run individually or in a coupled mode. So for example, the fire probabilities can feed into Lucas, and then the vegetation in each time step coming out of Lucas feeds back into the fire modeling for the next time step. That allows us to get past a different type of stationarity assumption, which is that the fuel types and characteristics would stay roughly the same over time, which is what you'd be limited to with a statistical fire model. And the outputs are a whole suite of characteristics of vegetation, biomass, and different fuel types on grids over California, including above and below ground carbon fluxes and stocks, and then statistical models and some of the modeling components within Landis and Lucas produce different types of data, including fire size, the number of large fires, their occurrence in time and space, their severity, and the emissions, projected emissions from individually simulated future fires. And then these can be aggregated and provided through different channels, so gridded map surfaces that can be downloaded directly. You can access them through CalAdapt web tool, through the also the potentially the CalAdapt analytics engine. And then they provide inputs to California's 5th climate change assessment, sort of more limited sectoral studies and things like that. And all the code and data are open source and publicly available as they're completed and vetted. Next slide, please. This is just to give you a sense of the kind of detail that goes into the high resolution or 30-meter fire severity mapping. So a simulated fire severity map like the one on the top is building off of a whole series of layers from these different models and historical data sets: vegetation, climate, land cover characteristics, topography. Next slide, please. So the climate scenarios that Julie was discussing are one of the 3 main inputs to the future projections for fire, along with vegetation coming out of Lucas or Landis, and then fuels management and land use scenarios. So one of the working groups that I helped coordinate over the last couple of years has produced fuels management scenarios. So one is sort of a baseline business as usual, and the other is a high ambition. Similarly, we have different land use scenarios in terms of development footprint. And out of that large number of climate scenarios, there's a subset that we can use that have all the data that we need to run the models. And then the way these sort of fit together is you've got fire severity and fire occurrence simulations. So simulate individual large fires, like the upper left corner of that right side of the panel. These can be aggregated up to hazard maps for different time steps and spatial resolutions. And then smoke emissions can be available per fire or per pixel that burned, or aggregated over regions or the whole state and over time. Next slide, please. So with the climate scenarios, I think Julie just mentioned there are about 199 runs. I think we've processed 129 so far for our use. So I think there's some more that we need to grab. But of those 129, roughly half or so had all the variables saved in them that we would need to run our models. And this is computationally expensive to run, especially when the models are in coupled mode with the regular feedback between the vegetation and biomass on the one hand and the fire risk on the other. And so we've been doing some prioritization, which is basically a lot more simulations through mid-century when the impacts over the next several decades are really salient for a lot of different planning activities, and fewer for the last part of the century, where it's much more speculative, right? And then another aspect of this is that in that shorter term horizon over the next few decades, the differences in temperature between the different runs are not as impactful on the fire scenarios over that shorter time horizon than is the timing of really major droughts or other types of precipitation extremes. So we're really focusing in the selection of the additional scenarios for the short-term horizon on selecting ones that explore that variability in drought and precipitation generally. The next slide, please. The management scenarios for fuels management, we took two approaches. So for the business as usual that I mentioned a couple of slides ago, we took what was common practice for different types of landholders across the state and managers across the state up until about a decade ago, and projected that as sort of a steady state into the present and the future. And I say up to about a decade ago because there's been a ramp up in some of the resources available for fuels treatments. And so we wanted to compare against what prior practice was, and not the change that's been driven by some of the extreme fire years that we've experienced recently. For the high ambition that treats about 1 million acres a year, we went and consulted all of the published documentation of different types of land management entities across the state in terms of what their ambition was, okay, their policy preference for future treatment. And we turn all those into heuristics that can be applied in each time step for allocating different types of treatment on the landscape. And that works out to about 1 million acres a year. Although in some years we can't actually treat that much because, in every part of the map, because of the constraints of prior years' fire and suitability of areas to be treated. Next slide, please. So for urban development footprint, we're taking the historical trends in population in California as sort of the baseline. And then what we're varying is not the number of people or the number of households, but rather where new ones are sited. So the sort of business as usual allows for the kind of sprawl in the wildland urban interface that we've seen historically, whereas the alternative scenario lowers the probability of new development occurring in high fire risk zones in the state in the wildland urban interface. And consequently, much more of it is concentrated in and around existing urban areas. Next slide, please. All right, so we're done. I think the way to think about this is there's not one final cutoff date when these are available. We will be producing simulations and making them publicly available sort of on a continual basis between now and when our funding runs out in 2025. And ultimately, we'll be providing at least a couple dozen, I expect, but hopefully we'll be providing quite a bit more, barring any unforeseen complications with the modeling. And that's the end of my remarks.
Great. Yeah. Thank you so much, Laura and Susan and Julie. Wanted to go into the utility presentations now. We start with SCE, if that works. Oh, Brian, it looks like you're unmuted, but can't hear you. It looks like Andrew Ace with PG&E has his hand up. Could you unmute him real quick, Brian? Oh, Brian, are you available? We'll reach out to Brian, see about any issues. Is SDG&E able to go? Or
Yeah. Can you hear me?
yeah, can you hear you, Jordan?
All right, great. We'll kick off our presentation then. All right, can you see my screen?
Yeah, looks good.
All right, thanks. Morning, everyone. I'm Jordan Addison. I'm from SDG&E's Enterprise Risk Management team. I'm also on the call. We have representatives from our Enterprise Data Science, Wildfire Climate Science, Wildfire Mitigation Planning groups. Today, I'll be giving a fairly mid to high level overview of where SDG&E stands with regard to our climate and fire risk modeling. This is from a cross-cutting and enterprise perspective. We're collectively happy to answer any technical questions that come to mind. So for a bit of background on this, our approach is territory and enterprise focused. It's also driven by legislation such as SB 1320 that requires us to do climate change assessments at least every 5 years. Currently, we're completing our climate vulnerability assessment under the CPUC Climate Adaptation OIR. We're looking at how to integrate data from CMIP 6, SSPs. We're awaiting that release this year, so to align with our latest work. GCMs continue to be our primary tools for projecting future climate change. This is in concert with SSPs and RCPs to assess a range of potential climate futures. That's demonstrated in the images to the right. One thing I'd like to highlight in this work, and I'll be emphasizing throughout the presentation, is that we're really taking an enterprise and highly collaborative approach. In this space, we partner with industry, academia. We work with multiple areas across our company, such as our asset management teams, meteorology, wildfire, IT, regulatory risk, and of course, our stakeholders, other IOUs and partners. So here's our regulatory timeline. What we're really trying to impart here is to demonstrate the complexity of all the climate adjacent work and parallel regulatory streams that are going on. A few things to point out. In the center on that dark blue arrow, that really shows the cross-cutting core work. That's the climate vulnerability assessment we're undertaking now, and that flows into our RAMP and GRC cycles in the next couple of years, which I'll talk about a little bit more later. Above and below that line, uh, below the core work, you can see our community engagement plan milestone for 2024, completion of our climate vulnerability assessment in 2025, and then the working detail pieces for our consequence analyses and investment priorities throughout this process. So here are some details on the data and modeling that we leverage in our vulnerability assessment scoring. This spans temperature, precipitation, coastal storm modeling data. Of course, always looking at high fire threat district maps and weather patterns. Obviously, there's a lot more to we look at. This just to provide a sample. The images on the right show how we visualize some of our projections with regard to temperatures. In other words, really the visual outputs of how we integrate climate science operationally to look at our whole territory, not just our high fire threat districts, and to meet regulatory requirements. So this is a great example of how we leverage a lot of industry expertise to paint a picture and operationalize our consequence modeling. This is a screen grab from SDG&E's WINGS planning platform. We use this tool to provide quick look info and to aid on selection and application of wildfire mitigations for our investments. This tool, WINGS planning, how we look at climate consequence modeling, holistically is again the result of a lot of collaboration across industry, academia, multiple business units, commission stakeholder influence. The screen capture below, really just an illustrative output showing how our modeling and this visualization tool accounts for elements like temperature, fire spread intensity, and how they interact with our ratepayers and physical infrastructure. As I spoke a little about earlier, there's a really complex multi-layered regulatory thread going on with the climate modeling work. So in December 2022, the CPUC provided guidance that specifically spoke to our upcoming RAMP filings as for the other IOUs, as everyone's aware, but it also had some implications for climate risk. Two particularly relevant examples I want to call out for this forum is that's requiring IOUs to move from risk beneficiencies or RSEs to benefit cost ratios and how we quantify our risk. And then the other piece is to evaluate the interaction between climate resiliency investments and ESJ or disadvantaged communities. The main point I want to highlight here is that we're taking a very deliberate and structured approach to align the climate, wildfire risk, and regulatory filing efforts. Below here, there's some upcoming events that really are going to be important to inform our approach. So tomorrow we have a working shop with the commission and the other IOUs and intervening parties on how we model tail risk or how we look at low probability and high consequence risk events. More specific to this topic, we have a climate risk technical working group on how we integrate climate modeling into our next RAMP on September 13th. In October, we have a technical working group on risk scaling or how we can scale or potentially add multipliers to cost and benefits of risk mitigations. And then the commission has communicated an intent to provide firm guidance in Q1 of next year. So here's our last slide. This is meant to really give a preview of how our company's approach to integrate climate science into wildfire risk is continuing to evolve. We've done a lot, but this field, how we view things, certainly is very dynamic. To the right, really illustrations on how we tie this work together visually to enable our capabilities and analysis. The top right graphic shows a time series of fire probability indices calculated with 30-year historical simulations. The 3-line plot showing probability of a given fire size when FPI is at a certain value. Bottom right shows visually how we look at vulnerable communities in relation to climate modeling and fire risk work. So to summarize and wrap up, our approach will continue to focus on a few elements, taking and using cutting edge tools and data from academia and industry, integrating with an enterprise, really holistic risk approach, and driving operational strategy that serves our community. So thanks all for your attention. That concludes our presentation. I will cede the floor for handover to next presenter.
Okay, thank you so much, Jordan. Next up, SE. And that's a reminder to try and limit it to 10 minutes, so have until 10:06.
Yeah, thanks for the reminder. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So let me open up. I have to do a full reboot, so let me open up the presentation just real quick. And let me know if you can see the presentation.
Yeah, looks good.
Okay, great. So thanks everyone. So I am excited to share our climate change.
Brian, before you get started, you are in just the regular PowerPoint mode. If you can put it into presentation mode.
Yep. Thanks. So can you see it better now?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So I'm excited to share sort of our wildfire climate change risk reduction methodology. One of the challenges, and there's a lot of verbose text here, but I wanted to make sure that everyone had context. So we have one model. We don't have an enterprise level model and a separate sort of bottoms up model. Based on stakeholder feedback from our last grant filing, we went to one single model architecture called the WORM. So it's the Wildfire Risk Reduction Model. We use it to simulate ignitions in proximity to our overhead assets throughout our high fire threat district. And the results of these simulations gives us consequence values, acres burned, buildings, populations impacted, based on an 8-hour unsuppressed wildfire simulation. And then we reassign those consequences back to our utility assets in proximity to that ignition simulation. The result of this spatial patterns allows us to prioritize where we perform mitigations, where we do enhanced operational practices like maintenance and inspect and vegetation management activities. When we started looking at this problem many years back, as you all know, there are significant challenges in integrating forward-looking climate projections into our sort of architecture that we developed, which is very fine scale. The base one, and I think it was covered earlier here, is that, the problem is there's very coarse resolution, right? So 6 kilometer by 6 kilometer, there's very old fuel models. They may not account for fire scars that we had, and then the subsequent fuel regrowth. They also may not provide metrics that are consistent with our models that we use today. So one of the ways we sort of solved this is we took the data from CalAdapt, so temperature, precipitation, relative humidity, and we've sort of adapted that based on our current architecture. We've tried to develop a view of live fuel moisture, dead fuel moisture in the future, based on an apples to apples comparison of our current weather scenarios. And I'll go through the deck a little bit quickly. We are using this to sort of prioritize and compare our existing prioritization using our current models. We have a model, a prioritization strategy called the Integrated Wildfire Mitigation Strategy. And we're seeing if we are actually looking at these locations that we're planning to underground and we're planning to cover conductor will still need the same mitigations today as they will in the future. So that's how we're kind of using it. We hope to revise this analysis with data from the 5th climate assessment. I have a lot of ideas for the stakeholder group, and I hope to share them. We think we have a pretty good step one, but we think we have some more work to do. So for you, those of you who are not familiar with the way we run our simulations, you can think about the inputs on the left-hand side. We have a catalog of 444 fire weather scenarios. So these are days where we know we've had fire weather in the last 30 years. We have very fine building footprints. We have population footprints or centroids of them from Department of Homeland Security. And we have surface fuels that are remapped every single year on a 30 meter by 30 meter resolution. What we do is we simulate these fire spreads across an 8-hour simulation, unsuppressed across the landscape. We count up the resulting impacts, and we reassign those impacts back to our assets. So what that does is that gives us a consequence map, if you can see on the on the right-hand side. This is a relative ranking of consequences over time. So what we've done to simulate and integrate global climate models, we've actually looked at, 1 hour dead fuel moisture, 10-hour dead fuel moisture, and 100-hour dead fuel moisture. And we've used a metric to simulate vapor pressure deficit, which is the, it's the inverse of relative humidity. It's an assessment of the dryness of the air. And in the future, not to get all 8th grade science teachery on everyone, but if we have warmer parcels of air, you would have more space for that humidity to go through. So you potentially have a greater vapor pressure deficit, even with the same amount of humidity in that parcel of air, which would have a significant impact on dead fuel moisture. To simulate live fuel moisture, we basically took temperature and precipitation and developed a growing season index. So many of you are familiar with NDVI. We basically took a steady state NDVI and grew it up based on a calibration of what that growing season index would look like in the future. And what this allowed us to do, and this is just an example of vapor pressure deficit. So we've correlated, you can see dead fuel moisture content with vapor pressure deficit, and there's a very good correlation between these. And this shows us that a method that we've used to grow up, if you will, sort of our fuel moisture in the future. And I'm going through this a little quickly because I want to share some stuff at the end. So what this does is this steady state, so apples to apples, similar fire weather scenarios, similar population, similar structures, and similar fuel mapping and modeling. You can see how the intensity of wildfire ignitions could propagate and the consequences could get greater in the future. But generally you see the hotspots today, whereas generally the hotspots in the future, with some slight exceptions. You can see certain portions of the Angeles Forest, for instance, if you're familiar with this map, just north of Los Angeles, get a little more intense. You can see a lot of the national forest areas, like the Cleveland National Forest, get a little more intense. And a lot of the tribal lands out to the eastern part of our territory, bordering on SDG&E's territory, getting a little more intense. And then finally, up towards the Nevada border, again, getting a little more intense. Now, there's a lot of things that need to be accounted for when performing these simulations, but this is our sort of first step at going through that process. Now, this is very salient and that we're talking today because I do have a lot of asks for this group, and any help will be appreciated. There are some significant holes in this model. One, this is based on RCP 8.5 global climate models, and we know in the future we're going to move to a different shared socioeconomic pathways. So we need to make sure that we have similar data sets that allow us this level of granularity and certainty, which is very good. Another point is we don't know what the spatial intensity of wind patterns are going to look like, the speed and intensity. I'm sure the location is probably not going to change that much. The fourth climate assessment models were very inconclusive on that point. So we've used previous sort of wind patterns. We hope to get better fidelity in the future. But finally, what I think is going to be a really big impact in terms of consequences is we really need to understand future patterns of land use and land cover change. So this is going to immensely change the patterns of wildfire consequence. Particularly, especially in our service territory, we have a lot of, let's say, development in the wildland-urban interface. And we expect this to continue exponentially into the future, regardless of, the dangers of doing so. So we really need to have some future view of what this is going to look like. And then we also need to know how climate and the spatial speciation of these vegetation species will change in the future. And what I mean by that is right now we have very large desert areas which may not pose and have not posed significant fire risk in the past, but they could have changes in agricultural patterns and humidity in those locations that could lead to more or less fire growth, which we just don't know. So we need to have some better view. Another more salient view, which I think is going to be more impactful, is we really need to understand how grasses are going to change and how the forested areas may change over time. Right now, again, we have a very static field model, but we just don't know how this is going to look in the future. And then finally, we also need to understand the spatial patterns of wind development, right? So we have some very ambitious climate goals, which will likely have a lot more solar panels in the high desert. We could have more wind turbines in the mountain passes. We could have more hydro and biomass facilities, likely more biomass facilities in heavily forested areas. So we really need to know the thoughts about where those are going to be sited and how those could impact the energy system writ large. So We turn our wildfire model, which is mostly designed to help us identify locations where we want to mitigate, meaning deploying mitigations on our assets, but we also need to know where our assets may be at risk in the future. So I'm going to stop sharing now. I've tried to be very quick, but hopefully I've given you guys a really good overview. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brian. Yeah, I think you hit right at 10 minutes. That's great.
Awesome.
Then last we have PG&E and have until 10:17.
All right, Scott Strenfeld here with PG&E. Can you all hear me? Just doing a mic check.
Yep, looks good.
Excellent. All right, let me share the screen. Screen 2. All right, can you all see that?
Yes, but you need to go into presentation mode, Scott. There you go.
Yep.
Correct.
There you go.
There we are.
Great, excellent. Okay, I'm Scott Strenfeld. I lead our meteorology operations and fire science team here at PG&E, operational meteorologist at heart and in nature. I'm joined today by John Eric Tallman. He leads our risk analysis and data organization on planning models, basically looking at where we should prioritize any changes to the grid from the wildfire risks that we have essentially today and then looking forward. Then also joined by Nathan Bankston, who leads our climate resiliency team at PG&E. And so I'm glad that San Diego Gas and Electric touched on the regulatory piece. They did a great job, and SoCal Edison went a little bit more tactical, and their kind of plan, from my perspective, makes a lot of sense. And essentially at PG&E, we've been concerned with climate for quite some time. When I joined the company over a decade ago, we had a committee dedicated to evaluating the science that was coming out from climate change models and determining how we would incorporate that into some of the decisions we're making. For example, there's a lot of things going on with coastal flooding in California, but since we're focused on wildfire risk, I'll keep the conversation there. And so currently, we have a multi-pronged approach. One of them is we want to work with academia and others. And so I'm glad we're having this workshop today to advance the science and determine what is the best way and the most cost-effective way to ingest climate information and make the best decision possible for our customers, essentially said in very simple terms. And so there's a couple of ways that a couple institutions that we're working with, San Jose State, Argonne National Lab, and some others, and we'll get into a little bit of the specifics later. And then there's a lot going on in the regulatory space. I'm not going to hit on that, but SDG&E's presentation kind of laid that out quite well. And then publicly available, you can read about some of the commitments that PG&E's made around climate change. We have a climate vulnerability assessment that was released. And it's updated quite frequently. And in June 2022, we released a climate strategy report. And in that report, we actually commit to be climate positive by 2050, which means removing more greenhouse gas than PG&E emits through the course of its operations. So if I let me just go to the next slide. I wanted to touch on some of the research that we're doing with academia. One of them is we did a study with Argonne National Lab using some of the downscaled climate data that you've heard about at 3-kilometer resolution to try to determine where Diablo wind events and Santa Ana wind events would basically, if their frequency and intensity would change in our service territory. And ultimately, the answer was a little bit inconclusive because we looked at multiple models and it was kind of inconclusive. One model said that they were going to increase. One model said that they were going to decrease. And the third one that we looked at, kind of the tiebreaker, if you will, said that, there was going to be no change. And so it's important to note that, Diablo wind events, Santa Ana wind events are synoptic in nature. And so some of the synoptic type events, from a weather forecast perspective, are extremely hard to nail down 2 weeks in advance. And so climate models could struggle with, the details of a synoptic weather event, mid-century, end of century, And so the results that we found around wind events, at least in the one study that we looked at, were a little bit inconclusive. And I've seen similar things with precipitation patterns and other things in regards to what it looks like heading off in the future. One thing that was kind of clear, though, looking at that data, was that the spatial location of Diablo wind events and Santa Ana wind events remained relatively unchanged. And so where they've consistently happened in the past, and we have all the good historical data to show that, they're likely to continue to happen in some similar places in the future. Another great work of research done by and led by Dr. Patrick Brown, who I believe is on the call today, looked at potentially what is, if we subject fires that have occurred to pre-industrial, current, and future climate change conditions, what is the increase of risk that we're seeing? And so it was a heavy artificial intelligence approach where over 2,000, I believe, fire potential index models were developed using AI, and then subjected to different climate regimes to determine what impact climate change is having on individual fires that have happened. And so what we're finding from some of that research is that fuel aridity, similar to SoCal Edison's methodology that they just outlined, is extremely important. And that is the main kind of pathway by which temperature has an influence on wildfire risk, is through its ability, when you integrate over time, to dry out fuels, rather than, you know, the temperature being a couple degrees different on the day that the fire starts, for example. Also, another important finding was that when we tip over certain aridity thresholds, that's what creates way more risky conditions on some fires. And so essentially what we're finding out is there's critical aridity thresholds that exist for fires to occur based on the machine learning models, and that climate change is going to basically push us over those critical aridity thresholds more often, making for more risky conditions out there. And Patrick Brown can correct me if I misstated any of his research, so please do so. We're also looking forward to, and we also look at CalAdapt and some of the great research that's done out there from Leroy Westerling. I think you heard some about that already. So we're looking forward to the next iteration of it. And so these maps are just simple maps taken snapshot directly from the website, showing the areas burned kind of from 1960 to 1969 and into the future. And similar to what SoCal Edison was showing, it looks like spatially, at least visually, that areas that currently have high wildfire risk are going to trend riskier heading off into the future. And what we've seen, and at least in our neck of the woods, is that the timber areas are becoming more risky. And if you look at the largest, 10, 20 fires that have occurred in PG&E's service territory, a lot of them are fuel and terrain driven fires now. I think the top 5 and top 6 had basically didn't start under extreme wind conditions. They started and basically grew to the incidents due to the presence of the fuels and due to the extreme terrain that some of those fires were in. And so some of these areas, especially in our high forests, are essentially expected to trend riskier as we, judging from some of these good models and studies that are out there. And so now, jumping more tactically, I'm going to turn it over to John Eric to discuss kind of our journey where we've gone with some of our wildfire risk planning models. So John Eric, are you on the line?
And wanted to do a time check. They got about a minute and a half left.
Hey, yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, sounds good.
Yep. Hey, really quick, I just want to connect some of the dots. A lot of the good science on climate work has been done. Just want to connect that into the models. As several other utilities have mentioned, a lot of great work has gone over the years on our modeling. And this don't mean to drain this slide, but it just represents over the regulatory cycles we've had, how we've improved the modeling, and we're moving into climate forecast, and including climate forecasting is one of those areas for improvement. Let's go to the next slide, Scott. I just want to show where this comes into our model. This is a schematic that we provided as part of the WMP in one of the appendices. It shows how the data sets flow into two parts of the planning models. First, the ignition probability, and the other is the wildfire consequence. And just want to highlight for those on the call, and as part of this chat, that these areas with the stars, these are the areas where we see the data sets that are influenced by climate in the future. So as we take our models that today we're using for planning to focus on areas for our wildfire mitigation and where wildfire risk is highest, we see these data sets as we try to predict more into the future and account for climate change. These are the data sets that we need to connect: the meteorology, the vegetation, the fuels. And Scott's going to talk a little bit more about FPI. If you go to the next one, Scott, you see some of the same data sets that come in when we talk about how will wildfires spread, or how will fires spread. I want to give Scott a minute just to talk about this last slide with the fire potential index, which is a key input into our planning models that they also use on the operational side. So go ahead, Scott. I know we're short on time. We want to give people chances to chat.
Yeah, just very quick. I think we're thinking tactically about how to incorporate climate change models into some of our forward-looking projections. And so this is just a very simple schematic showing the inputs into our fire potential index model, and then some of the variables that are impacted by climate change, and some that are not impacted at all, like topography, fuel types are definitely impacted, but those are going to be harder to implement. And so there's some that are more straightforward, like temperature vapor pressure deficit. There's others that climate models output, like wind speed at 3 kilometer resolution hourly out to 2080. But even though we have the data, they're kind of harder to interpret, because as you start to look across various climate models, they're ending up showing different things for our service territory, at least for some weather parameters, not all of them. And so outlining which ones are more to least straightforward to implement, at least from our perspective. And so that'll be our presentation. Looking forward to the rest of today. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Scott and John Eric. Yeah, so now I'll go back to our slides. So next up, we have the expert panels that we're planning to get into. And first, we want to talk about heat. So we have Dr. John Keeley from USGS, Dr. Patrick Brown, who was just mentioned, from San Jose State, and then Kristen Rounds from the CPUC, and Alex Push from SCE. And so you can go to the next two slides. Yeah, and want to pass over to Dr. Ward to help guide the conversation.
Sure. Thanks, Andy. So we've got a great panel composed of real experts in the impact of climate change on meteorology and wildfire, and also ecology of fuels, which is a really important aspect of this problem. And we're starting with heat just because it's arguably the fundamental. Well, I won't read the slide, but it's at base, it's the both the impact from climate change that we are probably most able to predict, and also the one that is the beginning of a causal chain that ends with greater wildfire risk and consequence. I think you saw from the IOU panels that there is greater consensus around this issue, and we're interested to hear from panelists about how they are thinking about the impacts of heat on wildfire risk. And I think Patrick is going first. If I'm not. Oh no, John is going. John Keeley's. I'm going to get this order wrong. I'm sorry. I think before we move on, I'll just say that one of the next slide, please. One of the key areas of interest from the perspective of energy safety is where there is common understanding of where future needs lie. in scientific research and in collaboration between the IOUs in getting to a better understanding of the impacts of heat, and then incorporating that understanding into wildfire mitigation planning and implementation processes. So answers that we understand now are important, but also the questions that are still out there, because we do not have all the answers on how to forecast climate change, particularly as we've seen at a level of sufficient spatial granularity to be useful and really impactful for the IOUs as they manage the growing risk. With that, let's get into the presentations.
Oh, you can go to the previous question. So the way this could work is any of the experts can chime in on their thoughts and responses to these questions. Looks like Dr. Keeley, you're ready to go.
Sure. Let me just make a couple points about heat. And that is, I believe that in the future, there's going to be very different concerns for SDG&E versus PG&E, simply because the role of climate in terms of impacting wildfires is very different from the northern part of the state to the southern part of the state. For example, we're just now finishing up a 100-year study that looks at the seasonal changes from year to year in maximum temperatures during winter, spring, summer, and autumn, and that impact on total area burned that year. What we see is that maximum temperature plays a highly significant role in Northern Californian forests. But what we also see is that in the southern part of the state, we're not seeing significant roles of maximum temperature during those seasons. And this holds up for both CAL FIRE landscapes, which are at the lower elevations, as well as Forest Service lands. And we're also seeing a similar pattern with respect to the impact of heat on vapor pressure deficit. Vapor pressure deficit plays a critical role from year to year in determining area burned in Northern California forests. It's less certain that the role in Southern California. And I believe a lot of the reason for that is Southern California conditions during the fire season are always severe and potential threats regardless of the year. Whereas in Northern California forest, the role of annual variation in climate plays a very important role, because those forests are flammability limited, and they might have fuels, but those fuels are dependent upon vapor pressure deficit and heat, and that dictates the vulnerability of those forests to fires. So I think that's one of the important things to think about in terms of the role of heat. Is it's likely to play a very different role in the northern part of the state than in the southern part of the state. And part of that difference is going to be due to the role of extreme wind events, which I guess we'll get into later. So I'm happy to discuss this further or answer questions, but I think that's one of the important points to keep in mind.
Maybe we should move on to next speaker. I think we have Patrick Brown from San Jose State coming up next.
Sure. So yeah, everything that I'm going to be saying here has been informed heavily by the study that Scott Strenfeld mentioned, where we're doing a lot of machine learning, and we're doing a lot of kind of feature importance with machine learning to try to disentangle the various causal influences on the risk of catastrophic wildfires in California. And so temperature is one of the main things that we've looked at. And taking a step back, the wildfire behavior triangle has the edges of weather, fuels, and topography. And so obviously temperature isn't going to affect topography, but it's going to affect those other two components, both directly. Weather itself, we talk about fire weather being hot, dry, and windy. So hot is one of those components, and that's why we have these panels here on temperature, aridity, wind, and then vegetation, right? Because aridity doesn't mean anything if there's not vegetation there to actually dry out. So what we've seen in, coming out of the machine learning models, trying to look at this in depth, that it's not, temperature in and of itself. It's not temperature per se that is a main driver of wildfire risk. It's temperature's influence on aridity. So when you kind of control for aridity and you vary the temperature, you don't get much change in risk. It's temperature increases the saturation vapor pressure, which increases the vapor pressure deficit, which dries out fuels. And we find in the data that there are these critical thresholds of aridity that if you cross about 1.5 kilopascals of vapor pressure deficit or about 10% dead fuel moisture, both 100-hour and 1,000-hour, then you drastically increase your risk of, our target variable was 10,000 acres or more of wildfire growth in a single day. And so those are the main influences really that we see of heat, is that it's not that you're necessarily increasing that you're getting closer to the ignition temperature of the fuels. I mean, especially when you're talking about the climate change impact, which is maybe a degree, at most a degree Fahrenheit per decade. That's not really what's causing a large increase in area burn. It's that time integrated temperature increase that's drying out fuels and causing more of the land surface to cross these aridity thresholds.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Brown. We could hear next from, I believe, Kristen Rounds from the PUC.
Yeah, sure. I think I oversee the climate adaptation proceeding. I'm the lead energy division analyst there. And so we are looking at much more than just wildfire risk in the climate and vulnerability assessments that the utilities conduct. So, heat is definitely something that we are interested in improving the way that we predict where the heat extremes lie and when they're going to occur. But in terms of the specific impact of heat on wildfire risk, I think that the majority of the other people on this panel probably have better things to say than I do. So I think I'll probably just pass it off to the other folks for this question.
Okay. Thank you, Kristen. Our next participant, our panelist is Alex Push from Southern California Edison.
So I think, it was covered pretty well by our first few panelists, but the way we've used as Brian mentioned earlier on the call is we've kind of integrated temperature into our kind of physics-based fire modeling approaches, and the primary impact that temperature kind of has played, or the way we've been able to model it so far, is in the dead fuel moisture and the live fuel moisture. So again, touching on things like that vapor pressure deficit that was mentioned, as well as the growing season index. So kind of, our primary driver that we've been able to model temperature, at least in utility planning processes, has been its impact on evapotranspiration and ultimately fuel dryness, kind of through a lot of the mechanisms that were already discussed. So, yeah.
Thank you. So the way we're going to run this panel is we're going to just work through these questions and hear from the different panelists on different perspectives. And the next question up, as I mentioned at the beginning, is just, you've all presented heat as kind of a key driver of fuel aridity, and Professor Keeley mentioned the impact of the different geographic impacts of heat because of the variation in fuels in different regions of the state. Be interested to hear from all of you about where you think there's work still to be done in understanding impacts of heat on wildfire risk. Where are the greatest uncertainties, and where would it be productive especially for investor-owned utilities with their, they have different needs than just, the average scientist or stakeholder, where energy safety and the IOUs should be focused in their work on heat to improve their understanding and reduce uncertainty. John, do you want to go first?
Oh, sure. Well, like I say, I think the area where we need a lot better understanding is the nexus between extreme heat events and fuel accumulation. And I believe that was probably a major factor in the Dixie Fire. This was a landscape that had massive fuel loads. If you look at the history of fire in Plumas County, almost nothing was burning until the Dixie Fire, and then the increase in area burned was like 20-fold greater than what we'd seen in the past. So that and that almost certainly was a result of the combination of extreme heat and that excessive fuel load. And one of the things that needs to be appreciated is if you travel through Plumas County today, what you see is the Dixie Fire, even though it was the biggest fire in California history, there's still a huge amount of landscape with very heavy fuel loads that hasn't burned, and extreme topography as well, which makes the potential for extreme wildfires even greater. And so those are the sort of landscapes where I think the concern over global climate change, we need to be thinking a lot more about than in areas where, such as Southern California, where the real impact there are the Santa Ana winds. We don't have good reason, as pointed out by Leroy and Brian, we don't have good reason to think that they're going to change in character in the future. But there we see their overriding impact on fire activity. And in a paper that we recently did with Dan Cahan's group at Scripps, where we looked at Santa Ana wind events and looked at the temperatures during the event itself, we found no relationship between how hot it was during a Santa Ana wind event and how much area burned. And so in that part of the state, we probably should focus more on other factors. And I think it was pointed out well in Leroy's presentation that ultimately we need to be concerned more about global change as opposed to climate change. And his focus on development patterns, extremely important. Because in some landscapes, such as Southern California, that is where we need to be concerned, is the impact of urban sprawl, putting people into dangerous watersheds, and those sorts of factors, probably more important in that landscape than changes in climate.
Thanks, John. Patrick, do you have, what's your perspective on where the work needs to go to make progress on this issue?
Yeah, so one of our biggest challenges is just trying to fuse these two scales that are so radically different. That the climate scale is global, and the climate models output this very coarse, spatiotemporal resolution. And what the utilities are doing is doing this, fire spread modeling at the meter scale. And that was the challenge that we were confronted with when we started our research. And our way around this was to kind of take inspiration from a lot of attribution studies out there that use this, what's called the pseudo global warming approach in the extreme event attribution literature. And so there were some high profile papers looking at, for example, Superstorm Sandy or Hurricane Katrina, where you basically take a historical weather event and you kind of move it into different environmental conditions, so into different climates. And that was our same approach that we took with historical wildfires. You take historical wildfires and you move them to a pre-industrial climate condition, or you move them to a future condition. And this allows us to basically keep all of the weather the same, that we're actually there, as was mentioned, it's very uncertain whether precipitation will change very much in our region of interest, or whether winds will change very much in our region of interest. So it's basically, you know, the models kind of line up on zero anyway. So keeping that type of weather constant and then just changing what we know has a very large signal to noise ratio, which is temperature, and then how that then integrates into reduced fuel moistures. Changing that, then we can see how the risk of extreme growth changes under these different climate conditions. So that was our approach, and I'd be interested in talking more about how the other utilities could potentially use that. I mean, it's something that could be done within their spread models as well. As you know, you have some ensemble of fire spread for some ignition under, let's say you're forecasting it for tomorrow for a real fire. You could also add in you know, an increase in temperature and a decrease in fuel moisture content, and see how that spread changes and how your ensemble changes in the future. And I think that is kind of our best way to do this at the moment, and we don't have really a very clean way to integrate the climate scale into this like meter scale spread of wildfires that the utilities are using.
Kristen, are you observing in the CPUC process common areas of interest, you know, in the extreme heat space related to wildfire that Energy Safety is working on? I mean, there's a lot of parallels here. Obviously, you have different roles, but would be very interested to hear from you on this issue as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it sounds like there's a lot of common areas of interest. I think a big one for us is extreme heat events and how to best predict those and find out, you know, the anticipated frequency, duration, timing. And when you're looking at the shorter term for the purposes of, you know, weatherizing infrastructure, how to best cope with the noise that comes in the models when you're doing short-term analysis is definitely something that we're focusing on in the commission. And I think also the correlations between extreme temperatures and the effects that it has on air pollution and PM 2.5 and the relationship that has to wildfires is also something that we're thinking about in terms of, you know, equity and resiliency investments. So it sounds like we are all sort of thinking about the same things in my perspective. Yeah.
Alex, did you want to add anything on sort of future work and where you see potential collaboration and on continued improvement on this issue?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll just start by saying I agree with kind of the research approach that Dr. Brown laid out. That's kind of, I'd say, similar to the way we were thinking about our fire spread modeling, kind of that we've recently done in terms of integrating climate projections, and we were able to keep kind of building that out with higher fidelity data, kind of building in some more nuanced relationships perhaps. But a couple other areas where we're interested in kind of understanding better are understanding how heat will impact the receptivity of fuels to ignition, as well as how temperature might change the landscape in terms of species composition, fuel density, and potentially even impacts to trends on vegetation mortality. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So the next question we have for the panelists is, next slide, please, is really about, the slide's going to come, but I'll just start talking. There we go, is about time horizons. Utilities invest in very long-lived infrastructure, the costs of which are recovered over decades. And so, and I think that all of the utilities have made tremendous progress on, and in partnership with subject matter experts on developing kind of real-time, especially operational, but sort of, you know, estimates of wildfire risk this year, shall we say. But a continuing challenge is how to think about these long-lived investments, which are costly for ratepayers, and we want to make sure occur in optimal spatial, you know, in optimal locations, in a context where the risk is changing, where the heat, you know, temperatures and heat are increasing. That may cause certain areas to cross thresholds of ignition probability that they wouldn't otherwise have in the present day, or change the probability that they cross those thresholds. And we'd be very interested to hear from all the panelists about how you think we should be incorporating time. And I'll add, just, you know, speaking personally, I'm also interested to hear. Well, no, I'll leave it at that. What is the optimal approach to incorporating time and the fact that we're going to see different places have changing probabilities of exceeding thresholds that create significant risk as time plays out. John, do you want to go first? You're muted, John, I think. See your lips moving, but oh yeah, you are muted.
Well, I had a lot to say there. Unfortunately, you missed it. The one thing that I think is important to understand about this issue going forward is it's extremely complex, and there's a lot of factors that haven't really been thought through. For example, we have good evidence that in landscapes where humans dominate the ignition source, extreme heats actually reduces numbers of ignition because it prevents people from going outside. And so there's these sociological factors that we need to give some thought to. And particularly because the number of people in the state, at least in the past, has been growing phenomenally. In just since the year 2000, we've added 6 million more people. And that means a great increase in the electrical grid that puts it into landscapes where fires are particularly critical. And so we need some understanding of what future demographics are going to look like. We know what the past has looked like, and some counties have been growing phenomenally. For example, Riverside County, just since 2000, has increased by 35%. I mean, that's a phenomenal increase in people in that landscape. And so we need some thought about what future demographics are going to look like. And like I say, some of the complexity, such as the effect of extreme heat waves, reducing ignitions where humans are the major source because people stay indoors. We see that with other ignition sources. For example, children playing with fire, starting fires, go down dramatically during extreme heat waves. So there's these sociological factors that ought to be given some thought.
Michael, could you clarify the question? Is it about what, like, how utilities should be thinking about how well their models are doing? That what time frame?
I think that the real question, the way I think about this question is, as we move from kind of near-term operational estimates of wildfire risk, right, that are really developed, I think were originally developed to understand when utilities should turn off the power or enable, you know, what PG&E calls enhanced power line safety settings, things like that, that are operational decisions, and move from that into a questions about where to make very long-lived investments, such as installation of covered conductor or undergrounding of distribution system lines. You know, how we should think about, you know, that's a planning decision with a duration of decades, and so there's a time component to thinking about optimizing those and making sure, you know, another example that I think is relevant is where sectionalizing devices are installed in circuits, right? Which has been a big initiative amongst a number of the utilities to try to optimize their use of public safety power shutoffs. And so the question is, we have to make discrete decisions now about investment, and the directive that the utilities face is to optimize what's called, you know, risk spend efficiency, right? The optimize the risk buy down of any investment they're making. That's a very challenging decision to make if you're only considering the risk this year. And I want to give a lot of credit to the utilities and all of the work that they have done to try to improve on their processes for doing that. And then it interacts with, you know, what can be done in the field operationally, right? Like, and it's a complicated problem to solve. It gets even more complicated if we admit the reality that the risk is non-stationary, right? That we're not the risk in 20 years is not going to be the risk that we face today. I mean, if that were true, we all wouldn't be here, as I mentioned at the beginning, right? If the risk were what it was circa 2003, well, San Diego would be doing its work, and maybe the Northern California utilities that have faced these extreme field-driven fires maybe wouldn't be, utilities elsewhere. And so we need to be thinking as we make these long-lived asset investments about whether we're doing it in the right place, or whether we're making them based on where the puck is today, but not where it's going to be, and at 20 years, at 30 years. That's really, I think, the intent of the question. I'd love your perspective on it. Just how to even think about this.
Yeah, it's really challenging because when you look at this local scale, so at the global scale, greenhouse gases, increase the temperature, and it has a very high signal to noise ratio where we set a new global record, every 5 to 7 years or something like that. Where at the local scale, the signal to noise ratio is just much smaller. So you can get, on the time scale of say 3 decades out to the 2050s, internal variability really kind of dominates, especially when you're considering everything that weather can bring, that not only is it hotter, but you're very worried about when the first rainfall is in the fall, in terms of wildfire risk. All that stuff is dominated by this inscrutable butterfly effect, atmospheric chaos dominated internal variability that you're never going to get around. So even if you know the climate response perfectly and you make your decisions about asset hardening perfectly according to that climate response, you could very easily get just an event, in a different place that was not prioritized based on that climate response. And so that's just like this fundamental barrier that I think that's always going to be there. When we've looked at the climate response and propagated the temperature change into the aridity changes and seen how the spatial distribution of risk changes, we do see an enhancement of risk in the forested regions, in the timber regions. These are regions that were kind of on the safe side, on the moist side of these aridity thresholds that I've been talking about, where climate change, the increase in temperature pushes them over or closer to these aridity thresholds, and you get a big response in wildfire risk. And so we do see, what we see is more of a enhancement in space of risk rather than a just intensification of the current pattern. So the enhancement of risk being, as I said, predominantly in the forested regions in the state that are currently aridity limited rather than fuel limited. So that, I think, needs to be taken into account, over the next several decades. But as I said, that could easily be overwhelmed by some just kind of event that goes against what the climate change signal is actually saying should happen, but then has very large consequences. So something I'll talk about, I think, in response to other questions, would be the challenges of sampling those tail events and using various tools to do that. Kristen, do you have a perspective from the economic regulator about how to think about how you would like to see this problem resolved, if possible, and where you'd like to see work happening on duration, or sort of duration of forecast or planning?
Sure. So I think for sort of long-lived and longer-term climate adaptation investments, we need to be thinking about it differently than how we do on the short term for RAMP and wildfire mitigations. I think moving away from sort of like the predict and act paradigm is kind of essential here when you're talking about the longer term. So thinking about tipping point thresholds where you're looking at your infrastructure and you're coming up with a standard of saying, this is when the infrastructure would fail. Like, this is the temperature that the infrastructure would actually shut off, or we would need, it won't work anymore, et cetera. So finding out when that is, and then sort of planning around that tipping point, and figuring out when, infrastructure needs to be resited around that. And I'm not sure if anybody here is familiar with like decision-making under deep uncertainty approaches, DMDU. But it's the monitor and adapt concept, where, you know, utilities would be directed to propose some sort of climate adaptation investment and then conduct stress tests on that adaptation. And you do multiple model runs to sort of see, you know, is every single model coming up with this, giving us the same confidence in whether or not that investment decision is going to, you know, sustain itself. So I think in the longer term, moving away from risk scores or probability-based planning is sort of essential in my perspective. So.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Alex, do you have anything to add on this question about time and timing or sort of incorporating time into spatial planning of investment?
Yeah, absolutely. I think in a planning context, you know, the sentiment that's kind of been presented in this panel is something I would definitely agree with. We need to start thinking about longer time horizons for these long-lived assets. And as we think about those longer time horizons in the context of the non-stationarity of temperature, you know, it's important to both pressure test kind of the efficacy of that investment today, as well as kind of with that climate informed view, kind of looking at that potential increase in risk, not knowing, you know, kind of how that sequencing might come about, but just kind of, you know, as Kristen said, trying to make that investment robust to kind of a broader range of conditions that you might see, and kind of just accepting that uncertainty up front.
I want to just give Nathan Bankson an opportunity to speak as well. I think he's from, Nathan is from PG&E, where he is the, I think you're the director of climate resilience at PG&E, if I'm right. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Nathan, but I'd love to hear your perspective on this as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, Dr. Wara. So I couldn't agree more with what Alex and Kristen already brought up. I mean, I think when it comes to planning, one of the questions is, how long is the asset going to be in the ground? And so that can be actually a very helpful grounding point when we're talking about the complexity of this. How long do we need this to be, you know, functioning well? I think the other thing that's really key here is that we're talking about, you know, these two different timeframes, and the key is about bringing them together. And that actually can be somewhat simple. I think a very good example is the slide that Scott Strinfeld showed earlier, showing about the change in HFTD. You know, you see some intensification and then you see some change around the edges. We looked at that before we committed to our undergrounding program to make sure that this was a good investment for today's risk, but also for tomorrow's risk. And so you don't need perfect information to validate that a resilience investment today is going to be wise for the future. I do think there's a lot of work to do in terms of quantifying sort of the benefits on both the near-term and long-term time frame. That's going to be hard as we, you know, figure out what to prioritize and how much money to spend, right? But in terms of you know, thinking about this, I think there are some very clear ideas that are at the heart of it. One of them is just investment asset life, and two is it good today and tomorrow? And we have, thanks to the state of California, the directional information to do that.
Thank you. I think we're ready to move on to our next question for the heat panel, which really revolves on sort of generalizing out the, you know, and this is to some degree what John Keeley was suggesting, that we need to think broadly about the impacts of heat on both, you know, a broader set of issues for utilities, and also how those may implicate wildfire risk. I'll just add a few examples from my own personal experience. You know, I mean, we all have experienced transformer failure during hot, you know, stressful afternoons for the grid, and those are a primary source of wildfire risk when they occur under dangerous conditions. I think many on the call may also remember the shutdown of the California-Oregon intertie during the Boot Lake fire, and the impacts of smoke on especially critical transmission links across seams that we rely on for reliability purposes can be very important. But also, you know, we're seeing you know, gradual but still significant change in energy demand patterns, notably the record load sets over the last couple of years, where we're exceeding loads that really we haven't seen since the early 2000s due to intensified heat. And so we're interested to hear your perspective on how any of these changes may relate. And I'll just add one other example I think that's worth thinking about. You know, I was lucky enough to get a tour of the Caldor fire footprint with PG&E to show off some of the new undergrounding technologies that they're experimenting with. And you know, one thing that I came away from that really thinking hard about was how population may be affected by catastrophic wildfires, even when they are, you know, the utilities are not the cause of the events. In that case, it appears it was a campfire or something that occurred at a campground that was the cause. But uphill at Grizzly Flats, you know, there's a question about how population patterns may be affected by wildfire risk and the aftermath of catastrophic wildfires, whatever their cause. And I'm curious to hear from folks what they think about sort of these broader set of questions around the impacts of climate change driven extreme heat on broader issues that utilities have to confront as they provide essential services to Californians, and how those may affect, or if they should affect, utility wildfire risk planning and investment, particularly over long timescales, and what resources exist for the utilities to think about these. These are hard problems. I mean, I don't want to minimize them, and it may be that there's so much uncertainty that it's hard to wrap your arms around them. But I'd be interested to hear how the utilities are thinking about these issues, if at all. I'd throw in a last one, insurance, which is something that we all in my group deal a lot with and have dealt with in the utility context as well. You know, the insurability of some of the population, the structures where population currently lives is increasingly challenged in California. So are utilities thinking about any of these broader changes that are driven by heat and wildfire risk? Is there reason at this point to incorporate them into thinking about wildfire mitigation planning and investment? And if so, what are you doing and what would you like to be doing? Start with John, who's already provided a really useful kind of long-term high-level perspective. Oh, did we lose John?
No, John's here.
Oh, good. Okay. Thanks.
Certainly one of the issues when it comes to population is the efficacy of the public safety power shutdown program and some better focus on what its long-term future is. I know I've heard some power companies tell me, well, this is a temporary program, and as soon as we solve all our maintenance problems, we'll end it. But I think we need a better perspective on how useful it is and what the long-term patterns is, and the impact on public safety by shutting down the power. I know SDG&E started this PSPS program, you know, back in like 2007, 2008. I don't know how extensive it was. The one thing though that is evident from the data is they haven't had a large power line ignited fire since 2007, which would suggest that what they're doing is making a difference. When I look at the PSPS program, I actually see some advantages to having such a program. Prior to shutting down the power for people, the primary focus of the public on fire issues were those people who lived at the wildland-urban interface. Once the PSPS program was put into effect, it captured the attention of hundreds of thousands of people. So certainly it brought the question of fire safety to a much broader audience. And so that's one of the positive impacts. But I think thinking long-term in terms of how this program will be utilized in the future and whether or not this is a permanent program or a temporary program, that's something that I think the public would appreciate hearing more about. And I'll end it there.
Thanks, John. Patrick. perspective on the broader
Yeah. I mean, these other time varying factors are really important, and these, can be much larger actually than the climate change signal on the time scale of say 3 decades, planning to the middle of the century. With AC penetration, we do see empirical relationships with increased air conditioning, with increased GDP, and with increased cooling degree days. So both of those things are increasing, and so we would expect more air conditioning, and that's going to increase load during heat waves. But these other changes in population, changes in fuels, whether or not we're on this kind of high ambition scenario or business as usual scenario that Dr. Westerling laid out, those are tremendously impactful as well on wildfire risk. And so I do think that wildfire risk, or that the climate change contribution to changes in wildfire risk, needs to be integrated into all of these other time varying changes, which can be as or more important on the timescales that we're talking about. But it's hard to do that. I mean, you can come up with kind of Monte Carlo approaches and a bunch of, we varied this by so many parameter degrees of freedom, we varied this and we varied this, and we came up with a probability distribution. But I worry that we do that in academic papers, but that it's kind of creating a false sense of security or a false sense of precision, that you actually know what the probability distribution is of various outcomes when you've kind of made it up. And so, when it comes to changes that are super unpredictable, like socioeconomic changes, population, and things like that, what the climate community did with the SSPs, with the shared socioeconomic pathways, is they just came up with certain stories, right? They have 5 stories and they don't assign probabilities to them. And I wonder if that might be an approach that should be taken here, is that we don't fool ourselves into creating some big probability distribution and saying that this is the center and this is the tail and that this, has 80% likelihood or whatever, because we don't really know that. But we can come up with, not necessarily a worst case scenario, because you never know what that is, but we can come up with a very bad case scenario for wildfire risk and estimate roughly what type of risk that is, but really not fool ourselves by placing a real probability on that. So that could be one approach, is contriving intentionally different scenarios, including very bad case scenarios that you're trying to prepare for.
That's a really thoughtful response. Thank you. Kristen, are you thinking about this at the PUC? I mean, obviously you are, but I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are.
Sure. I mean, I think that with heat in particular, there's a lot of things that we need to consider for planning decisions. One of which is the effect that heat has on generation output and whether or not we actually will have the capacity to meet demand when we're, operating through sustained heat waves and things like that. We're definitely expecting, huge increases in electricity demand, both because of climate change and increases in heat, as well as the fact that we are trying to decarbonize and electrify our economy. So all of that sort of equates to increases in electricity demand. And I think also when it comes to wildfire risk, because we need to build out so much capacity in order to meet this ever rising demand, thinking about where we're siting this capacity and sort of what our appetite is for wildfire risk when we are siting. So if we are sort of coming to this conclusion that, this area has some wildfire risk, but there's a lot of open space, so we can put a lot of solar panels there, thinking about, where is that threshold, once again, that we are willing to sort of plan around, and when do we expect it to increase, and how does that affect our infrastructure siting decisions? So I think those are definitely the things that we're thinking about in terms of energy use pattern changes and how that affects planning.
Thank you. Alex, do you have a perspective from Allison?
So Well, so first of all, I guess we expect population to continue to grow in Southern California. I would say in the context of wildfire risk, we'd really care about those population changes along the wildland urban interface. And kind of in the context of these extreme heat events, we do expect energy demand or kind of peak energy demand, especially in the summer, to increase kind of due to that increase in cooling load, among kind of other reasons. And that will likely result in kind of, more involved infrastructure planning and kind of more deliberate spatial kind of information being integrated into the way we plan our infrastructure. And kind of in addition to that, we have some kind of resources about, how wildfire could change with different population scenarios through kind of Dr. Westerling's research, California's climate assessments. But in terms of kind of the availability of resources, we don't have kind of too many geospatial references or kind of, population density map type resources that we can kind of plan to. And I think that would be kind of a high value resource beyond fire modeling as well. So definitely think this is an important issue, definitely a very complex one, and appreciate the chance to kind of speak to that.
Thanks. Nathan, I saw your hand up and I want to give you an opportunity to comment if you also want to. We have a couple minutes, so.
Yeah, absolutely. So mostly what I want to say, just zooming out for a second, is that as we've gone through this climate vulnerability assessment, you look at what the adaptive capacity is the organization is in the first place. And when I think about this question, I actually, system planning is where these kinds of issues get solved at our organization. And then from there, once you have the system plan, you have to actually design the infrastructure to be, low risk, et cetera, et cetera. And so on the one hand, making sure that your system planning function is climate informed, meaning just like Alex was saying, we have good information about demographic change, we have good information about AC adoption and other capacity considerations. That allows you to have a system plan that then flows down into an actual investment plan, where you can make decisions tactically about the kind of infrastructure you're putting in. And so that gets to the advanced grid modernization kind of conversation, where maybe instead of running a really long circuit, you have, a utility-owned microgrid for the folks who are at the very, very end of it. You need innovative solutions to do this affordably, because, doing it the way we have been doing it is going to be cost prohibitive given the risks. And so I think at the end of the day, we're sort of price takers in terms of these changes, but we're following them assiduously to try and best predict how we can get involved. Bottom line, though, is I want to say, wildfire risk modeling is not always the thing that you need to push on to mature. In this case, we need to plan better with better information about the future at a high scale, and then you can get down to the granular level of putting particular technology solutions into place. So just wanted to bring the big picture there. Thanks.
Thanks. I'd just say we're going to wrap up this panel, and I would just say it's really heartening to see the rapidity of change and development in the utility approach. And there was that maybe it was on the last panel actually, the figure that was a little complicated to read, but showed the development of PG&E's thinking on this issue of the WORM. It's sort of an unfortunate acronym, but leaving that aside. But I think it's heartening to see the learning that's going on, and also to some degree the consolidation around a set of approaches. So it's been a really useful discussion. And now we're going to move on to something that people have already been talking about, but we're going to talk some more about, which is aridity and the role of the drying of the atmosphere in driving future risk under climate change. And similar, oh, sorry, Andy. After you.
Before we get to this panel, though, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break and then jump into it. So.
All right. It's 11:10, so we'll be back around 11:20.
Okay, thank you.
You want to be?
So I'm showing 11:20, so I can jump into aridity.
Sounds good. Let's just confirm that our panelists are back. John, Patrick, and Alex, are you back and available? Hopefully with fresh coffee in hand. So we're going to spend some time before lunch now speaking about, well, actually, is John back?
Yes, I'm back.
Okay. We're going to spend some time now speaking about impacts of aridity, which has already been mentioned on multiple occasions so far this morning, on impacts of climate change on aridity and therefore on future wildfire risk. And we're going to take a similar approach where we have a series of questions that each of the panelists is given an opportunity to respond to. The first one, next slide, please. And I should say panelists are the same minus Kristen from the PUC for this panel. The first question is really to ask what variables and factors outside of heat are important to consider under planning scenarios that incorporate climate change. Obviously, heat's a big factor. We've talked about it, and I thought there was I think it was Patrick gave a nice description of the importance of kind of the integrated heat impact of modest changes in temperature across a fire season as driving important changes in fuel aridity. But we'd like to hear your thoughts on other factors that may be driving signal in this critical variable as we think about wildfire risk and planning under future climate change. Let's see. John, would you like to speak first?
Sure. Seems to me that, it's the same issue as with heat. The geographical variation in the importance of aridity is pretty striking when you look at the historical data. We're just finished looking at vapor pressure deficit, which is a good integrated measure of aridity. And we see very significant impacts in Northern California forests. We see no significant relationship in Southern California vegetation. So it's important to understand that there's this spatial variation. There's also a temporal variation that we need to consider. The longer we have extreme aridity, in other words, the longer droughts we have, the more the impact is on vegetation mortality. And we're seeing in our analysis of the historical relationship of droughts on fire activity in the state is not something that is immediately obvious when you look at the extent of the drought during a given year, but we're actually seeing highly significant relationships with a cumulative drought over the previous 5 years. And part of the reason for this is with extreme droughts, we have dieback, and that dieback of vegetation leaves a legacy on the landscape that is evident in promoting fire activity in subsequent years. So we need to think in terms of the temporal scale at which we look at aridity impacts.
Thank you. Patrick?
Sure. So I think it's important just to underscore, how important I think we all agree that aridity is, and how its temperatures impact on aridity was really the main driver of wildfire risk, both in terms of under weather conditions today and in terms of how we expect risk to change in the future. And so with that in mind, I think it is important to focus on fuel aridity, and a lot of the climate science literature to date has focused on predefined fire weather indices, which are really, in my opinion, overestimate the impact of daily temperatures on fire weather risk, where what we see in the data again is this integrated, the fact that you can kind of think of all temperatures as being warmer than they would be in a pre-industrial climate, that integrated warming is what's being propagated into the aridity and causing fuels to be below these aridity thresholds more often. So the fire weather index, the concentration on fire weather indices, I think came out of necessity, just because temperature was a variable that was easily output from or easily obtained from global climate models. And so it was kind of easy to just say, okay, we're going to calculate a simple fire weather index and see how that changes. But it's not clear how that directly translates into, especially catastrophic wildfire risk, as opposed to a more lower resolution, say area burned over a large region or over a year, that type of thing. So I do think it is important to move away from fire weather indices as the thing that you're targeting, and so that would be something for future wildfire mitigation plans to emphasize. Instead of just looking at the change in frequency of 95th percentile fire weather indices, be more. I think our goal should be to be more granular in terms of the risk of various impacts at various high temporal resolution, either very large growth or fire rated power values, things like that. So that's just one point. Another point, so what variables outside of temperature are affecting aridity? So the obvious one is precipitation, because what we're talking about with the increase in aridity is really the evaporation component of the water cycle, that as it gets warmer, the atmosphere can hold more water vapor, and so you're causing more water vapor to come out of vegetation, be in the atmosphere. But precipitation is that input component, and as has been mentioned, we don't really see large signals in precipitation response in California in the climate models. So our approach has been to just say our best estimate is basically no change in precipitation. I mean, even when you look at, because there's various papers on the shoulders, on the shoulder seasons, so spring and fall. But even if you look at the global climate model and the regional climate model, the Cordex experiments, you look at changes in precipitation in the spring and fall, those basically fall on zero change as well, in terms of the, some models show increase, some models show decrease. So we've basically said, okay, there's not necessarily a strong signal in precipitation, so we're going to concentrate on that impact of temperature. The other variable that I think is important to look at is just absolute humidity. So vapor pressure deficit is the difference between saturation vapor pressure and vapor pressure. And that vapor pressure has been trending downward in our region, making the vapor pressure deficit increase larger than it would have been otherwise, because you actually have less water vapor in the air as the capacity for water vapor increases. But climate models show that that absolute humidity should be increasing. So that should be offsetting the increase in saturation vapor pressure to some degree, and offsetting that increase in vapor pressure deficit. And so that's a big wild card, whether or not that's a forced response or just unlucky kind of internal variability that might have to do with the mega drought that we've been in. But I think that's a real area of future research that could dictate a lot of future risk, is whether or not that absolute humidity, that vapor pressure decrease is a forced response from increased greenhouse gas concentrations, or whether or not it's just a temporary deviation that we think should recover. And then other components are wind and incoming solar radiation, both of which, again, there's not strong responses in climate models from those things. So it's again, I think that it's mostly that temperature change manifested through saturation vapor pressure that decreases the fuel moisture content of dead and live fuels. And then, as has been mentioned, it has very different impacts on different fuels. And so we have to we really have to concentrate on that differential effect of aridity changes on different fuels with different compositions, different actual loadings, amount, structure, the amount of live versus dead fuels that we see in the data is clearly very large differences in risk depending on the actual character of the fuels. And so that should also be an area of concentration.
I'm going to just exercise moderator's prerogative here and ask a follow-up question to you, Patrick, and that is relates to the statement you made about kind of we don't see a lot of signal in the GCMs and the climate models with respect to precipitation in California. And I guess my question to you would be, is that because all the models agree that there's not a signal, or because there is large uncertainty and we are not yet simulating very accurately kind of long-term trends in precipitation due to climate change? Or do you have a view on that, or does the community have a view? Like my knowledge of this is outdated, and I know 15, 20 years ago everyone said, well, we just don't understand precipitation. We're not doing it well because of clouds and lots of other factors. But has that changed, or can we be confident? Like, are you making a statement about a uncertainty or agreement on a small signal when you make those statements about precipitation? Because we just went through a drought, right? Like that could be just sort of multi-decadal variation that's extreme, maybe made a little bit more extreme by climate change, or it could be the beginning of a signal. And I'm curious, how we might think about that.
Yeah, this is always, it's such a fraught issue when you know that internal variability is large on the scale that you're looking at. So with the drought, all of the analyses that I've seen are that it's not that there's not really a precipitation contribution from increased greenhouse gas concentrations on the drought. The fact that the drought is more intense due to climate change is you see that in the soil moisture component, which incorporates the evaporation component, that hydrological budget at the surface. And so it's not the precipitation change, but again, that's informed by the models, which is kind of your question of whether or not we trust the models. And I think that you're right, that it's more that there's a lot of uncertainty in the models, that some models show increases, some models show decreases. You average them together, you get zero. It's not a very high confidence in zero change. But effectively, that's kind of the same thing as far as I'm concerned, as far as projecting out into the future. We can't just, take one side or the other. We basically have to say, what's our best estimate? And so the best estimate is zero. But I do think that it's, I guess when you're doing, expected values of consequences, that increase in uncertainty does actually increase the expected losses, because you'd be sampling more low probability, high impact events. If you have, let's say, one of the models that shows a large decrease in precipitation, let's say that one is right, that would disproportionately increase your expected value of very, bad case scenarios, essentially. So that is important to take into consideration. But yeah, going back to the initial question, I do think that it's much more a situation of large uncertainty than high confidence in zero change.
Alex, care to wait?
Sure. Yeah, I guess so. Dr. Brown covered the variables, I would say, quite thoroughly there. So maybe I'll speak more to kind of how we model it in practice. So yeah, I would say the variables that we consider outside of heat when we're thinking about integrating kind of climate into fire spread modeling would be humidity, precipitation, and wind. So we kind of look at, humidity as kind of part of some of those indices that were discussed earlier, as well as precipitation, to kind of both calculate some of the balance between live fuel moisture and dead fuel moisture, as well as kind of the volume of fuels you might expect to see. I think one important note, even if you're not confident in kind of the trend or the direction on the precipitation driven by climate, that we might want to start thinking about is kind of the interannual variability and kind of, how that sequencing of events might start to affect our fire risk. In addition to that, there's not much confidence in kind of what will happen with wind and climate change either. But the general events that we try to look at least in the observed record, are those offshore winds that bring kind of the dry desert air to our fuels. So,
thanks. I'm going to move on to the next question, which I realize is a little bit of a Scott, did you want to add something from a PG&E perspective?
Sure. Yeah, I just had a question related to this topic. And, one of the things we have in the great state of California is our natural air conditioner, right? AKA the marine layer along the coast each day. And, the only reason why San Francisco and Oakland are not, as warm as Stockton and Sacramento is because of its proximity to the water and proximity to the marine layer. And so obviously any changes in the marine layer in the future, could yield significant increases in wildfire risk. Let's say if the marine layer went away or wasn't as effective, in some of our coastal communities. And so just wanted to see if, the experts on the panel had any thoughts, or if there's been any studies on, the future potential changes in the marine layer, as that could have, significant impacts on aridity, especially near the coast, as, the marine layer is bringing in millions of gallons of water pretty much every day.
I would just say that I know that there is research done on this, and I'm not up on it, so I will defer answering that question. But it's important for we heard earlier about the downscaling efforts, and I think that this is the type of thing that hopefully would be revealed by the dynamical downscaling. The statistical downscaling may be more difficult for that to emerge from, but I think we should, if there is an effect, we should see it in the dynamical downscaling.
What will Carl do under climate change scenarios? So thank you for that question, Scott. Next question for the panel is really the question in some ways that I asked Patrick. I couldn't help myself, sorry. About, questions about uncertainty of aridity. And could you advance the slide, please, to 21? To what degree is aridity more uncertain than heat and climate change predictions? And we talked through some of that already. I'd be interested to hear other panelists' perspective on this. And I guess, just reflecting on the answer that Patrick gave, I would put it out there that, this, in some ways, what was said sort of reminds me of the discussion around population growth and styles of development in the WUI or lack thereof. And I'm curious if a scenarios-based approach might be one to consider, and if you have any reflections on that for this issue, where there is significant uncertainty in the that's driven by different model responses. And we don't have a way of differentiating the at least at this point where the true signal may be, if there is one at all. Maybe the true signal is there isn't. There's not a strong response. John, do you want to go first?
Well, I just say I agree with you. I think your question to Patrick pretty much focused on this whole issue, and I don't have anything to add over what Patrick said about uncertainty.
Patrick, if you want to add any?
Yeah, I would add just quickly that, we're always trying to improve the climate models. And when there's a large, say, disagreement between what a model says and what observations say, that's a key indicator that the model is doing something wrong. And in this case with precipitation, there's not strong signals in observations either. So that's kind of a data point in the direction of, maybe there just really isn't a response to increased greenhouse gas concentrations to precipitation. I mean, one of the reasons is that California happens to be in a region where there's a strong signal of increased precipitation to our north and decreased precipitation to our south. And so we're right on that kind of zero precipitation change border. And so it's very reasonable and can just be the null hypothesis that is what we think until we see anything differently, that we don't expect a large change in precipitation.
Alex, do you have a response?
Yeah, so I guess just from a planning standpoint, I think, it is important to pay attention to variables like this. I think, once you have a good planning model set up, you have the ability to kind of flex those different things. And I think at that point, once you've kind of changed the inputs, you've looked at the range of outcomes, it really is important to kind of look at, does it actually move the needle on your decision? Right? If you're planning to a certain condition, does that range of uncertainty kind of below that decision point really matter too much? And I think it really is kind of about, finding maybe, or I guess pointing to kind of those factors and kind of, because this also varies, depending where you're building. There are different considerations of, safety and costs and all these other things. But really considering on a case-by-case basis whether or not, that uncertainty would meaningfully move the needle on the decision you make from a utility planning standpoint. And so I guess maybe less focused on the science, but I think it is also important to keep kind of use case in mind when thinking through these issues.
Thanks.
And on the kind of both of these questions together, I think it's important to step back and say, so we're talking about uncertainty in the precipitation change and how that filters into aridity. But aridity of what? Like, we're talking about aridity of fuels, right? And so it's the fuels component really that it's the uncertainty in that can be totally dominant over the uncertainty in precipitation changes in terms of whether or not we actually implement these hazardous fuels reduction plans that are funded in the Inflation Reduction Act and in the bipartisan infrastructure law. We see in the data that we're looking at that the type of hazardous fuels reduction treatments that are being proposed can totally be larger than the climate change impact on aridity. That if you simultaneously decrease surface fuel loads and increase, say, vapor pressure deficit while controlling for everything else, we see large decreases in fire rated power at the hourly time scale, that type of thing. So that's good news because that's the other knob that we have control over. The precipitation knob, that's what the climate change response in terms of precipitation is over the next 30 years is baked in because no matter what what we implement in terms of emissions reductions, that's not going to change things out to 2050 much. So it's good news that we have control over this other knob, but that's really where the uncertainty is coming from. I think in terms of wildfire risk is the actual fuels on the ground.
I'm going to exercise my moderator's prerogative again and just ask a question that I think is relevant to this, or I'm curious about in this conversation where that I think relates to aridity, but I'd love everyone's response, which is what we do know with some confidence about precipitation in California is that there's going to be more rain and less snow. And that has important implications for the seasonal distribution of when that precipitation is available, especially to live fuels. And like this year, we're blessed. We'll get to this in the next slide, but what do you see? How does the shift from, especially in the Northern Sierra, like in the Dixie Fire footprint, as John was talking about, as we see at lower elevation Sierra locations, a shift to a greater mix of rain relative to snow? Is that in the models that you're using, and how do you think about that change at driving risk? Be curious to hear if anyone has. I mean, people could, if anyone has a response to that, I'd be interested to hear it. If not, we can move on.
Well, in forest, we certainly know that the length of time the snow stays on the ground has potential impact on fuel moisture during the summer. So with less snow on the ground, we're likely to see drier fuel moistures in forested landscapes. So yes, it very likely will have an impact in forest. In coastal areas, it's not an issue because snow isn't the form of precipitation in that part of the world. But certainly in forest, we do have data showing that the longer the snow sits on the ground, the longer high fuel moisture persists in those forests through the summer.
Yeah, so just for quantifying that in terms of wildfire risk, I think it's important to have dynamic live fuel models running.
Thanks. Alex, if you don't have any comments, we can move on to the next question, which actually does relate to some degree to this one, or actually it's coming up. So we've been talking a fair bit about some of the challenges of precipitation and the challenges of simulating it, especially under climate change scenarios, and also, the point that Alex raised in his response to the last question about what is actually important in terms of what is the impact of a particular analysis on the actual decision-making that utilities have to make. Would be curious to hear all of your takes on if extrapolations from existing data are useful to utilities for modeling aridity, or whether we need to be relying on synthetic approaches that are and can we look at existing can we look at trends or existing patterns, or do we need to be really developing simulations as an approach to approaching the problem of aridity and climate change in fuels or in vegetation?
Well, it seems to me we have a lot of empirical data that shows trends, and to ignore that in favor of models, I think it is not a good course to take. I think we need to appreciate what we know already. And the one lesson from utilities is they need to be thinking about the types of fuels that are on their landscapes, and the impact of aridity on forest fuels, very different than the impact of aridity on, say, chaparral fuels in Southern California. In general, we do see a strong vapor pressure deficit relationship in forest fuels. We don't see it in chaparral fuels. And the other aspect of this is we need to think in terms of how future fuel treatments are going to impact this issue, as Patrick mentioned. And the one thing that's important to realize is there's been very different management impacts on different fuel types. The forests in the landscape, fire suppression policy has been highly effective to the point where it can almost be equated with fire exclusion for the last century. Southern California, we don't have anything close to that. There really is very limited areas where fires have been excluded. And most of the landscape has had more fire in the last 100 years than it ever had. So it doesn't have a fuel accumulation problem. And so that's something the utilities need to appreciate, is fuel load is a very different issue in forests than it is in Southern California.
Thank you. Patrick, do you have a perspective on this question?
Yeah. So extrapolating from existing data, like usually in climate science and in most sciences, we prefer process-based models over statistical models. We prefer models where the equations are physics based and are not, don't suffer from the same correlation causation problems that statistical models suffer from. And in our research, we chose to use machine learning statistical models because the process-based models are just not fit for purpose currently. So if you look at what climate models simulate in terms of extreme temperature days, you get mean biases of 7, 8, 9 degrees Fahrenheit in their extreme temperature, things like that. And when the absolute value of temperature matters, you can't just subtract the mean and say, we'll just look at the change and things like that. You really have to have a model that's more tied to reality. So we did choose the more statistical machine learning approach because the process-based models were not necessarily fit for purpose. And we do think that you can extrapolate to future climates. And the reason for that is that the variation in aridity, in this case, across space and time in the state and across the season and across, when you're looking at the hourly time scale, across the diurnal cycle, that variation is absolutely huge compared to the climate change signal. The climate change signal is something like 0.5 to 1 degree Fahrenheit of warming per decade right now in California. And there's just enormous variation in temperature and aridity across space and time, looking historically. So we can ascertain the relationships between risks of various wildfire characteristics and these environmental conditions in the historical record, and then say, okay, what is an incremental change in aridity? What is an incremental change in temperature due to that risk using historical data? So I do think that extrapolation is not moving. We're not extrapolating way out of the parameter space of what we've seen historically. And so I think that that's good news that we can actually use the historical record to understand the relationships between these environmental conditions and wildfire risk.
Thanks. Alex, do you have a perspective on using?
Yeah. So, I mean, we do currently use models to estimate kind of live field moisture, dead field moisture. But, as we were mentioning in kind of the last panel, a lot of the decisions we're making today really are kind of focused on long-lived assets. And, I think as we've also discussed in this panel, there's a lot of uncertainty around kind of what those conditions could look like. So I think, again, it is about, identifying what you could identify as, plausibly kind of, or reasonable kind of worst case conditions, and then trying to find solutions that kind of meet that envelope of risks, and kind of pressure testing it in different ways using that climate data, kind of using plausible kind of balances in those risk profiles. In addition to that, I think there are also considerations in terms of how you'd construct that with regards to how drought patterns might propagate kind of interseasonally, and kind of some of that fuel growth that goes along with it. So
Thanks. So could you advance to slide 23? Thank you. This is really just a question about interannual variability, and starts with the observation that we're having a great year from a water perspective in California, and we've got heavy snowpack that's delayed the onset of fire season in the Sierra. But also, we can remember back to fire seasons not that long ago where there was a similar water setup, but we ended up having devastating fire seasons in both Northern and Southern California. 2017 jumps out as an example of this phenomenon. Really just is how I think the broader question is, how should we be thinking about, and this gets to some, actually Alex's last response, how should we be thinking about this interannual variability and uncertainty? And also, I think all of you have mentioned this, what my former colleague Dan Swain calls, weather whiplash that we experience in California. But how should we be, or how should utilities be operationalizing that reality in their decision making, right? Because as Alex has pointed out, I think quite helpfully, we need to be doing analyses in this context, in the energy safety context, that actually affect, change what utilities would do anyway, or there's not a lot of point in spending time and ratepayer dollars on getting a more precise answer. So how does interannual variability in precipitation potentially changing interannual variability? I think, although I think if we are uncertain about what the mean is, it's even more likely that we're going to be uncertain about changes in variability. But you know, how should this affect, if at all, utility wildfire planning?
Do you want me to go ahead, Michael?
Sure, John, you go first. Sorry, I should be more clear about that.
Okay, the important thing is there is no answer to this whole question. One has to recognize that the answer is going to vary a lot depending on the landscape. When we have wet years like this year, what we see is extreme abundance of grasses in the foothills. And those landscapes are much more likely to have big fire events in wet years, just due to the accumulation of fuels. There's good data all across the Southwest showing that high fire years in grassland dominated landscapes is associated with high rainfall years, either in that year or the year before. And that's because those landscapes are limited by the quantity of fuels. And so when we have a drought, we don't see much fire activity in the foothills here in the Sierra Nevada because we have no fuel to burn. In wet years like this year, what we see is much moister fuels in the understory of the forest. So we're likely to see this year less fire activity in the forests, much greater activity in the grasslands. And when we are experiencing extreme dry years, it's exactly the opposite. The foothills have very little risk of fires, whereas the forest, a much greater risk. So the important thing is, if you're going to answer this question, you have to ask, you know, what sort of landscape are you talking about? Are you talking about a grassland, a shrubland, or a forest?
Thanks.
Yeah, I would agree with those points. I would say that, you know, I'm just looking at interannual variability in California precipitation here. I don't see any obvious increase in the standard deviation over time. I think some of this is just more of a heightened awareness of potential climate impacts, and you know, the idea of increased variability has definitely penetrated into the public consciousness. But in a lot of these metrics of variability, we don't necessarily see again any strong signal. You can do kind of very sophisticated analyses and try to tease out that, you know, we think that more models that not show direction in, you know, one direction or another, but it's not something that stands out necessarily from the data. I don't know exactly. I think that's a question more for the utilities, if increased interannual variability would change decisions that they would make. Obviously, depending on what happened last winter in terms of precipitation, that's going to affect your fuels and, you know, on the timescale of this fire season. But I think that that's something that you're not going to know ahead of time. That's something that's you're only going to know once it happens. Seasonal forecasting is notoriously difficult, and decadal forecasting is even much more difficult. So I don't think we're ever going to be in a situation where we know, okay, 3 years from now is going to be a high precipitation winter, and 4 years from now is going to be low or something like that. So it's just a matter of, once it happens, understanding the fuel situation for that fire season. But again, I'd be interested to know if there's any decisions that utilities would make differently if interannual variability increased, and how much interannual variability in precipitation would have to increase for a different decision to be made.
Well, that tees you up, Alex. Do you care to weigh in on that?
Yeah, so I agree with Patrick. You know, it's quite hard to know exactly what's going to happen, and you know, I think in the context of, you know, actually making decisions for grid hardening, you know, there are other factors that kind of play into it. But from just like a a pure exposure standpoint. I think you would care more about, or you do care more about, kind of some of those like upper kind of parts of the distribution, or kind of those tail events that you might have, kind of sequential wet years followed by some dry years or prolonged drought, which might really elevate fire risk. And you'd want to make sure that, any investments you're making are robust to that. And then in theory, it should be kind of more robust to some of the less intense conditions that could come out of that interannual variability. But, I will also add that, there are certain kind of areas that we do expect, fire risk to remain high, right? And certain areas where we expect fire risk would likely remain low. So I think kind of placing relative importance on those areas as well is definitely part of that decision-making process.
Thanks, Alex.
Yeah.
So last question in the aridity panel relates to the growth in California of highly arid environments. And as a question about whether this is a driver of future wildfire risk, and if so, how utilities should evaluate it as such. And I would just frame this, we could think of this as both the transition to desert environments, but also I think it's reasonable to think about this in the Sierra as the movement uphill of shrubs as a dominant ecosystem, perhaps after disturbance events like wildfire, where you see replacement of mature forests that just can't regrow given the conditions with shrubs. But so curious to hear how utilities evaluate these kind of change, and maybe we'll get to this more when we talk about vegetation and fuels in the next panel after lunch. But would be very interested to hear how, if you are thinking, and if John and Patrick, maybe how utilities might think about the changing spatial extent of these highly arid environments. And we've talked about this in bits and pieces throughout the day, honestly, like in our discussion with Pete and earlier in the aridity discussion. But is this a big driver in your view, or not? And how should we think about it? John, you want to start?
Yeah, I would say I agree completely. This is really a question that will be answered more fully in the next panel, because it's an issue of vegetation change. And that's what we're seeing with aridity, is changes in vegetation, or what's called vegetation type conversion. And we're seeing it in forest, where increased aridity following forest fires favors other life forms and has some potential negative impact on seedling recruitment of forest trees. We certainly see it in Southern California, where we have good measurements that over the last 70 years, we've lost a major portion of the shrublands, and they've been type converted to grasslands. And part of this is due to human impact of high fire frequency, because the shrublands, although they're adapted to fire, are not adapted to frequent fires. And when we get frequent fires in those landscapes, we replace them with grasses. And this is where climate change, I think, has its greatest impact in Southern California. Not so much in terms of impacting fires, but impacting recovery following fires, because the warmer growing seasons following a fire definitely favor the exotic grasses that are moving into these systems. And so that's what I see as the primary impact of increasing arid environments, is converting the vegetation to different fuel types.
Thank you. Patrick, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, what we see statistically in the data is that the way this is worded, changes in the spatial extent of highly arid environments.
If you want to answer the question,
I'm just using that as
okay.
I'm using that as a jumping off point. That what we see is that the most arid locations, as they become more arid, we actually see a decrease in the risk of extreme wildfire growth. And we think that that's because these locations are not aridity limited, they're fuel limited. And so an increase in aridity is actually potentially decreasing, the fuel load. And so it's not necessarily the most arid environments to be worried about. It's kind of the intermediate environments where, again, as we see, we have these situations in the forests that they're intermediate in terms of their aridity, but warming can push them over aridity thresholds that make the risk of extreme wildfire growth or very large fire rated power values much more likely. And so I think that that's another reason to kind of discard, say, very simple fire weather index values, because those are going to be those are going to show up in the most arid and hottest environments, when that's not necessarily the locations. Those are not necessarily the locations to be most worried about in terms of change or in terms of the impact of climate change on those things.
Thanks. Alex.
Yeah, I'll just say I agree with Dr. Keeley there that, we really do, I think, need to understand better how these patterns will change kind of our fuel composition. And then in addition to that, understanding kind of how proximate those fuels are to kind of, some of those communities that we care about as we plan infrastructure around them. Because ultimately, I think it is about impacts to the infrastructure, the way we're looking at it at least, and kind of what types of risks those present. So definitely varies kind of regionally, but I think as a general concept, yeah, just understanding how climate's going to impact composition of our fuels is quite an important part of that equation. So
okay. Thank you. And thanks to everyone for the panel. It's been really helpful to have this sort of second discussion around the impact of heat on aridity and a more broader discussion of aridity. And it tees us up to have a great conversation about what everyone seems to really want to talk about, which is vegetation, coming up after lunch. I'm going to hand this off to Andy to discuss this for our lunch break.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Wren. Thank you so much to all our panelists. Been really great discussion so far. With that, we're going to take a little over 1 hour break for lunch and meet back at 1:10. And we can dig into vegetation.
See everyone at 1.
Hi, welcome back. Showing 110. So we're gonna go into the vegetation panel. I wanted to check up. Looks like Dr. Talum is here and Heather Kane, and then is Dr. Keeley back as well? Yep.
Yes, I'm here.
Great. And then Dr. Rohr's back too. So I'll hand it over to you.
All right. Well, really excited to have this conversation on vegetation, and maybe I'll just call it fuels. And we've got three great panelists. John Keeley, continuing to hang in there with us from USGS. Dr. Alan Talhelm from CAL FIRE, and Heather Kane from Southern California Edison. So we're just going to jump right into it. Obviously, we've been already having a lot of conversation about fuels, and I think this will allow us to really deepen that and talk through the issues with respect to vegetation and under climate change. Could you advance the slide? Thank you. So climate change and fire, and I would add fire suppression and logging, have led to changing vegetation landscapes across California. Obviously, we've already discussed the wide variation both within and across utility service territories in fuels. I think the right place to start here is to hear from everyone about the changes they expect as a result of climate change to ecosystem structure and overall fuel loads, and how this may or may not impact wildfire risk. So, John, you want to take it away?
Sure.
Thanks.
There's a lot of questions there. The number one thing is that climate change is likely to have very different impacts depending upon the landscape. And some landscapes, for example, grassland landscapes. I live in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, where incidentally heat is a big issue today. It's well over 100, which is actually cooling compared to yesterday. It was 107. But in the foothills, grasses are the main fuel type. And what we're seeing is with changes in the frequency of fires in many of our landscapes, particularly the lower elevation foothills and shrublands and grasslands, is that more frequent fires are type converting these shrublands to grasslands. So we're getting an increase in grassland landscapes, and climate has a very different impact on the grasslands than it does on forests. Very wet years produce conditions conducive to big fires in the foothills, whereas in the forested environments, they're likely to be less probable due to wetter conditions. But these foothills, we have huge fuel accumulation due to grasses. And the other impact of climate change on these landscapes is it impacts recovery. For example, shrublands have a much more difficult time to recover under conditions of higher temperatures. Those higher temperatures favor the exotic grasses. And so almost certainly climate change is likely to increase type conversion. We've seen extensive type conversion throughout the state. Probably the best example is to look at historical photos of Highway 5 going up through the Tehachapi Mountains. I've been traveling that for 30 years, and every year there's more and more grasslands because the combination of frequent fires and higher temperatures is conducive to grasslands more so than the shrublands. And so I expect that we're going to see more and more changes in the types of fuels, and that's critically important. But then there's also the impact of management practices. Currently, there's a huge amount of effort going into fuel treatments in all landscapes. I live outside Sequoia National Park, and giant forest there is the poster child for the value of type of fuel treatments. They've been burning there since 1968 every year. And when the KNP fire came through, it burned 80,000 acres, but when it hit giant forest, it just died down. And so in our forest, there's no question these fuel treatments are important. But when we look at Southern California, it's a whole different story. We don't have 100 years of fuel accumulation in Southern California because there's been sufficient fires to keep the fuels down. That doesn't mean they're not hazardous. They're hazardous, but they're nothing like the forest. Plus, our losses in Southern California tend to be driven by embers, which land on houses, and fuel treatments across the landscape are less likely to impact housing losses than treatments right at the interface. There's good reason to do fuel treatments at the wildland urban interface. Less important is the value of fuel treatments away from the interface. But that should get us started.
Thanks, John. Dr. Talhelm, would you like to respond next?
Can I just, thumbs up everything that John said? I mean, his high level point that, where you are in California will drive a lot of the impacts, and the particular system that you're in will also drive a lot of the impacts is really important to understand. The types of ecosystems are going to experience different climate impacts, and also even to some degree within those, sort of broad vegetation types where you are in the state is going to also drive the impacts in terms of, are you inland desert shrublands, or are you like coastal desert shrublands? And then also, I think we'll get into this more with some of the other questions, but the impacts are not necessarily always straightforward. As John laid out, I think the big picture story of forests converting to shrublands, shrublands converting to grasslands, some of the grassland and like productivity dynamics changing. But when you start to get into questions of fuel loading and live fuel moisture and things like that, the interaction between like physiology and the composition of some of these vegetation communities will play a role. And the direction that climate pushes those things somewhat differs depending on the scale that you're talking about. Whereas like at the scale of an individual plant, the effect of something like increased VPD may push flammability in one direction, or fuel loading in one direction, whereas at like a community scale or ecosystem scale that may be pushed in a different direction.
Thank you. Heather from Dr. Kane, I should say, from Southern California, like to comment as well?
Sure. So basically, I think we're pretty much all on the same page. I think that climate change is and has been changing the health of the vegetation, and many of those species type that are changing, like Dr. Keeley was talking about, when we switch to a grassland instead of a shrubland or whatnot, you're going to start seeing fire interval changes as well. So if we get more precipitation during one year, we might have a lot of grass growth like we saw this year, and we saw a lot in the foothills, and Dr. Keeley went over that pretty well, and just talking about the types of vegetation that'll be out there and the fuel loading associated with that, especially when we go into drought and say there's not a lot of fire activity in one area, especially for what we see in the SCE territory is if there's not a fire in that area, the fuels start to build up, the dead vegetation starts to build up, and you're kind of seeing that increase, especially if there's some more living vegetation that grows that season as well. So it's just kind of all something to take into account. We're not sure how everything will play out with climate change. I think we talked about that through all of the panels so far, but we do know that climate change is having an impact on those species and the fuel load, so which will impact the fire interval and fire behavior. So I think that's all I had to add.
Yeah, I would just want to elaborate a little bit and say that, one thing I don't think any of the three of us have talked about is just the role of disturbance sort of broadly in fuel loading and the composition of these communities. As we move into a world where climate change impacts are more frequent, we're going to see more disturbances, whether that comes from pests or wildfire or drought, other factors. And that's going to favor species like grasses, like weeds and things like that are, conducive to, fine fuels, continuous fuel beds, things like that.
Great point. And it kind of leads into, in some ways into our next question, which I'll start again with John. Wait, do I have the wrong slide deck?
I think so.
Oh yeah, next slide, please. So, we started talking at a high level about this, but where do you see vegetation change or climate change affecting vegetation most strongly? And I'd ask you to talk both at the sort of macro, like we've been we've been talking about the Sierra, fuel driven, or Sierra, but then also coastal California and more of the chaparral shrub ecosystems. Where do you see potential for the largest changes, and how might this interact with wildfire risk? And I guess, but before we, I'd also like to hear all of your thoughts, and we're going to get to this directly in a bit, but like on the degree of agency that we have over this issue, because this is one place where, at least in theory, maybe not in practice always, we have some degree of agency over what the vegetation and fuels look like. But the degree to which, we have some agency over these impacts, I think is important also to plug in, because it might, that might inform what, and I'll just show my true views. I think we need to be thinking in an integrated way about fuels management and utility wildfire risk. That we need to be thinking about wildfire risk as a whole for the state, all cause, all lands, and that implies, some questioning about, like, should we? This is not something that's just given to us, like the temperature or atmospheric aridity. It's something where we do have influence, and I'm curious to hear, for these areas where we see climate change affecting vegetation the most, are there points of intervention that you'd like to see that might help to drive reduced wildfire risk? Dr. Keeley, you already mentioned one of them, but I'd love to hear more about that in the context.
Yeah, I actually, those who were involved in this morning session realize I've already addressed this question, because I learned long ago that if you're faced with a question you don't know anything about, talk about what you do know. And so I mostly talked about this question this morning. Specifically, our studies of fire and climate show very strong evidence that temperature in the spring and summer, very important in determining area burned that year in forest. But we don't see that relationship in Southern California. And I believe it's primarily because in Southern California, it's always hot enough and dry enough every year for a fire. And there are other drivers that are working. Where I think this is particularly important is in terms of how it affects resource conservation. And I work basically in a national park, but I mostly study Southern California chaparral. So I'm familiar with both the National Park Service, Forest Service, and CAL FIRE. And there's one important difference between these agencies. The Park Service and the Forest Service, they manage land of their own. And so a major question with anything they do is, how do you balance hazard reduction with resource conservation? CAL FIRE, on the other hand, has a mandate to provide fire protection. And since the state doesn't have that much land other than state parks, they mainly are protecting lands on private property in rural areas. And it's the private landowner's responsibility for resource conservation. And so that's not as big an issue for CAL FIRE. And where I see it is potentially problematical is with this current endeavor to greatly expand fuel treatments. No question, we need fuel treatments in forests because fire suppression can be equated almost with fire exclusion for the last 100 years. But in Southern California, fire suppression is not equated with exclusion. We haven't been able to keep fire out. We almost certainly have had more fire in the last 100 years than we ever had historically in that landscape. And so the fuel question is not as important. Plus, unlike forests, hazard reduction and resource protection are pretty compatible in terms of the management approach. You can burn frequently in the understory of a conifer forest and both reduce hazard as well as maintain resources. That's not the case in Southern California chaparral. If you burn too frequently, it's at the expense of resource sacrifice because many of our species are not able to withstand frequent fires. For example, we've been on an endeavor in the last several years to look at this issue of type conversion and how fire frequency impacts type conversion. Number one thing we find is it depends a lot on what the composition is of the chaparral. We have a lot of chaparral species like chamise and scrub oak and others like that resprout very well after a fire. You can burn them at short intervals, 5-year intervals, and they'll do just fine. We don't lose the chaparral. But 60% of our shrub diversity in chaparral comprises obligate seeding species, have no capacity to resprout. They have to come back from seed, and that means they have to have a sufficient period without any fires in order to build up a seed bank. And we're now trying to pin down, how frequent can you burn mixed chaparral with these obligate seeders and not cause resource sacrifice? The answer is anything less than 15 years is likely to type convert parts of those landscapes into other vegetation types. So we need to be careful when we're applying treatments that were designed for forests to chaparral landscapes in Southern California, if our concern is for resource conservation. And I realize this is always a balancing act because, of course, fire hazard reduction needs to be number one issue. But we also have to appreciate that it can cause losses of resources. And the way I balance those two is we first need to know if the fire hazard reduction treatment is actually going to make a difference. And if we don't have good evidence that it does, for example, the Angeles Forest in Southern California, their plan for fuel breaks is to put one on every ridgeline. We know that that's not going to change fire frequency in the Angeles Forest. And there we have good reason to believe that it's important to do it strategically where fires are likely to impact development and leave much of the landscape alone and therefore preserve biodiversity to a greater extent. Now, once again, I probably didn't follow the question directly, but that's what I have to say.
Thanks, John. That's okay. A little spontaneity is actually appreciated, particularly from someone with as much experience as you have in this area. Dr. Talhelm, do you want to speak to this issue?
Sure. So I'd like to think that the areas that are probably most vulnerable are those transition areas. Transition areas where, where it's the edge of the distribution of the forest now, or the edge of distribution of shrublands now. And those areas are vulnerable to mortality from climate change and therefore potentially increases in fuel loading in those areas as those climate change impacts are felt on those systems. And then the other sort of like transition zones that are vulnerable are the places now that are maybe a little bit often too wet to support fire or too wet to support frequent fire. Those places could be drier and could experience more fire. And I think another place where there's potential for increasing risk is frankly the WUI. If we think about a lot of those ecosystems are in lower elevation sites, they're in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada is a large WUI area, and that's an area where we could see a lot of impacts from climate change as those systems transition more from forests to shrublands or grasslands. And so I think that's important, particularly for the context of this conversation here that we're having about utilities, given that a lot of their infrastructure is in those types of systems. There may be some systems down in the Mojave Desert or in other very dry places that actually see less fire risk if we get hot enough and dry enough in the future. But I expect that to be probably a relatively small area, given that we do see already fire in the Mojave, as it is. Particularly with the influence of invasive grasses coming into those systems.
Thanks. Dr. Kane?
So basically from our point of view, it's we've seen the effects of the long-term drought that previously occurred, especially in the Sierra. and how the forests were really devastated with that mortality over there. And that really led to a lot of extreme fire behavior. We saw that in the Creek Fire. We saw that in a bunch of different fires, especially in the southern portion of the Sierra, and that's kind of within the SCE service area. So there's a lot of attention to those areas and kind of understanding like what could be more affected by climate change, especially going into the forested areas. Continuously, the plan is to just continue working with the Forest Service and adapting the vegetation management practices while the species are changing. So it's just kind of taking account for that, and the vegetation regrowth time changes. So just kind of thinking about, okay, if a fire happens here, is that time lapse going to change? And just kind of understanding how climate change is going to affect that, and just try to correlate that with any risk that could pop up or occur within those time intervals as well, especially after or during fire. Additionally, look, when we start talking about the chaparral and other areas, especially within the SCE territory, along the Angeles Forest and all that Dr. Keeley touched on, you know, it's a lot of changing aspects that could happen. You know, there might be more brush mortality, more so than kind of like similar to the forested areas where we're not seeing a lot of living vegetation, or maybe the dormancy time intervals will expand, and just kind of keeping an eye on that. And I think that the drier things become, like when we talked about with the aridity panel and the heat panel, is the drier and the hotter it becomes, you know, there's not as much moisture for those vegetation, so kind of more prone to wildfire risk. So I think that's just something that's always on our mind and working towards, and just trying to assess that risk and try to mitigate as much as we can.
So before we move off this topic, I want to take sort of moderator's prerogative and ask an additional question, which is, you know, most detached single family housing in California is wood stick construction. And we all know, I'm sure, and we're not going to talk much about, you know, the steps we can take to reduce the ignition risk from structures. There are some well-known and straightforward and things that everyone should do, and I'll just leave it at that. And the CAL FIRE tries to educate everyone about and to push them to do through defensible space inspections. But I guess my basic question is, you know, houses are dead fuel to a first approximation. How do we expect, is there any understanding or knowledge about how structure ignition risk changes under kind of the arid, hotter scenarios that we talked about this morning, kind of analogous into the way that like dead fuel moisture conditions might change under climate, because, or is that not a concern given the mitigation that's often taken to try to reduce the ignition risk from structures? But should we think about structures as a fuel type and evaluate them kind of like we evaluate dead fuel?
Yeah, I think you've hit on a very important point. Houses are dead fuels. And to me, the clearest illustration of this was touring through the town of Paradise after the big fire there. Houses were totally incinerated, and right next to the houses were living trees that were not killed. And that's primarily because they had access to water and their fuel moisture was high enough to keep them from burning. Houses don't have that. Houses are dead fuel. And so most of those houses, the only thing that was left was concrete and nails. So yeah, there's no question that the houses themselves are a critically important fuel source. And what it illustrates is that, you know, solving this problem is not entirely the responsibility of the utility companies. There needs to be sufficient responsibility taken by homeowners, because they can potentially change the outcome of fire events just through things they do to their homes. For example, myself, along with Alexandra Seifert, we've done a number of studies on how you can harden homes and change fire outcomes. And we have good data showing that there's a number of characteristics of homes that's going to reduce probability of burning. One of them is the vent structure. If you have open eaves, the vents are basically placed perpendicular to the ground and they're facing directly towards the wind. And homes with closed eaves, they have vents that point straight down at the ground. And the evidence is pretty clear that the eave structure plays a role. And there are other things, double pane windows, the amount of clearance that you've done around your home, all of these things can play a role. And so what it tells us is that homeowners have to take a significant amount of responsibility for protecting their own homes, in addition to expecting agencies to do their job. The problem is historically it was expected agencies would prevent fires from ever reaching developments. Well, we know that's not true. We know that they can reach, and largely they come through the form of embers, and that's primarily the way homes are lost. A good illustration of that was the coastal fire last year in Orange County, only 200-acre fire, and homes at the top of the ridge, and there was a pretty sufficient fuel break between the homes and the vegetation. You know, there were 22 homes that were lost, and it was largely just due to the embers being blown up the canyon, landing on the homes, and the homes apparently had not done sufficient hardening to prevent embers from igniting. So I think that's an important aspect of all of this, is that homeowners have to have some responsibility in dealing with these issues.
I'd concur with that there's a very strong need for home hardening, and that there's a need to make that much more like comprehensive across the state of California. And there's just a tremendous amount of work to be done to harden not only homes, but the rest of our infrastructure as well. And, you know, utilities included in that, but also public buildings and commercial buildings and other things like that, or road infrastructure, for example. In terms of how, you know, the built environment as a fuel might be impacted by climate change, it's not something I've had a lot of chance to think about, or had a lot of reason to think about. You know, I suppose, you know, the materials in there would be somewhat drier under climate change, but those are already, you know, largely very dry fuels to begin with. And there would also be potentially the influence of, you know, whatever home environment you've created, both with your landscaping and also, you know, your interior environment in terms of your climate controls within those systems. So like getting a more precise answer for how that might impact, how climate change might impact those fuels is I think difficult.
And I think Dr. Keeley made a great assessment. He summarized a lot of points very well.
Thanks to all of you for indulging me on that one. So next slide, please. Let's talk a little bit about live fuel moisture. It's already come up in the conversation. Dr. Keeley's point, which I noticed as well when I toured Paradise, just the amount of live trees next to foundations. Reasonable question to ask though is how live fuel moisture, like how well we know live fuel moisture today. And I know there's an enormous sampling campaign and there are recent innovations trying to implement remote sensing approaches to developing live fuel moisture. But how do we expect to, or do we think, are there assessments of how live fuel moisture might change due to climate change or potentially other factors? You know, I mean, potentially fuels treatments or other things that might occur, but what do we know about live fuel moisture in the context of climate change and that might implicate wildfire risk for utilities?
Well, I think there's every reason to expect as temperatures increase, we're going to see impacts on the live fuel moisture. I think there are other factors, though, going down the road that are likely to be more important. And I think one of those was touched on by Dr. Kane, and that is this impact of extreme droughts. Because extreme droughts kill vegetation, which leaves a legacy on the landscape of dead fuels. And that persists for a very long period of time. She mentioned the Sierra Nevada and Northern California forests, where we lost over 100 million trees during the drought from 2011 to 2014. What hasn't been appreciated sufficiently, though, is that drought in Southern California extended all the way to 2017. And we saw extensive dieback of chaparral. And that's probably because people like me look at chaparral. Most people never saw it. but there was massive dieback, and we documented for two of the biggest fires in Southern California, the Woolsey and the Thomas fire, the amount of dieback in the shrublands that happened prior to those fires by taking NDVI measurements prior to the drought and then after the drought, looking at that difference as being a representative of the amount of shrub dieback. And we saw probably half of the landscape in those two fire perimeters had dead vegetation. And we believe that that dead vegetation almost certainly contributed to the size of those big fire events. How it impacted is not entirely clear. We would expect it would increase fire intensity when you have massive landscape of dead fuels. Unfortunately, we didn't have measurements of fire intensity, because to get fire intensity measures, you have to have remote imaging at the time of the fire. The surrogate that's often used is fire severity. Interestingly, we found there was a negative relationship between fire severity and drought dieback. And that's really just a result of the way these are measured. Dieback was measured by the loss of live vegetation before and after the drought. Fire severity is measured by the loss of live vegetation after the fire. And consequently, if you have a lot of dieback, there's not a lot of live vegetation at the time of the fire. And so there's no relationship there with severity. But we believe it likely affected fire intensity. But what it has a greater role in, and this is based on some fire behavior modeling we did with our data, was that dieback impacts spotting behavior, which affects ultimately the size of fires. And I first got onto this idea after the 2003 fires and talking to the fire management officer on the Cedar fire and asked him, why did they get so big? And he said, spotting behavior. Every single ember blew down wind started a fire. And it turns out when we model spotting behavior, it's greatly impacted by the amount of dieback, because embers don't stay lit if they're in live vegetation. They do if they're in dead. When they land on live vegetation, they don't ignite nearly to the same extent if they land on dead vegetation. So we believe that it had huge impacts on spotting behavior due to that dieback. And what that tells us is perhaps one of the reasons, if you looked at the fire risk models prior to the Woolsey and the Thomas fires, they didn't predict a huge fire incidence in these cases. And I believe part of the reason for that is these fire risk models basically are looking at modeling fire risk based on static fuel models of how much dead they expect to be there based on the age of the vegetation. And the problem is, you know, we were seeing 50% of that landscape had dieback, and it was almost certainly not due to the age of the vegetation, because if you look at the literature, the amount of dieback predicted for that age would have not been anywhere close to what we saw. And what it tells us is we can perhaps come closer to predicting big fires by looking at something other than static fuel models that are focused on age, but rather using short-term remote imaging studies to estimate dieback and come up with a better measure for dieback. And that may be a good approach to trying to predict big fire events.
Thanks, John. That's super interesting.
I want to answer this question by stepping back a little bit and thinking about both the direct and indirect effects of climate change, and then also of the ultimate driver of climate change, which is elevated concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere. So, you know, my background is a forest ecologist, and in particularly some plant physiology in my background, and all that carbon dioxide is the substrate for photosynthesis. And so where there aren't other things that are limiting plant growth, like competition for other resources like nutrients or water, that can stimulate the plant growth in and of itself, and can also drive some changes in community composition and drive some changes in plant physiology, and also live fuel moisture. As plants get exposed to more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, they tend to close their stomata, the pores on the leaves, and that can make their live fuel moisture increase. But that's just one sort of direct proximate effects, and the ultimate effect of that increase in atmospheric CO2 on live fuel moisture is going to depend on how that shifts community composition and how it changes the actual structure of individual plants and individual leaves as well. And then from a climate perspective, like the direct effects on live fuel moisture are pretty straightforward. If it gets drier and hotter, that live fuel moisture is going to decrease. But what we experience on the ground in terms of live fuel moisture is really going to depend on how the climate broadly has shifted the composition of those vegetation communities. I mentioned earlier that, the increase in disturbance that's going to result from climate change and, just increased human presence on the landscape more broadly is going to push plant communities to be driven by, more rapidly growing species, more grasses, more weeds, and things like that. Those are things that have generally shallower root systems. They tend to dry out more quickly. And so, relative to a deep-rooted shrub or a tree, we're going to see, those fields are going to be drier than those other, more long-lived, deeper-rooted species.
Thanks, Dr. Tahom. Dr.
Yeah, and I think to add to this topic, it's a lot of it has to do with the other factors, right? It's the precipitation and subsequently soil moisture. And I think both of the doctors went over that and kind of just discussed like what would be available and what would kind of happen to the vegetation. And I think that we just have to ask ourselves the question and keep researching on how much precipitation will come into the service area, at least for SCE's sake, and when or how often will precipitation occur? How long is it going to be held in the soil? What are the evaporation rates? Because if it's hot and there's more vapor pressure deficit in the area, how will live fuel moistures respond to that with less moisture in the soil? So it's a lot of different factors all playing at once, and it's just something to kind of understand, especially when you're looking at the areas that are affected by fire, especially right now and kind of going into the near future, and kind of what that growth rate is going to be like. Is it going to grow pretty fast, if we have like a large precipitation event, kind of like we saw earlier this year, or are we going to be more impacted by droughts and kind of have that understory just really develop and have a lot of brush die back like Dr. Keeley was talking about? And it's just something to be cognizant of.
Thanks. Let's move on to the next slide. And I think this is an attempt to just summarize that, the state and federal governments have articulated kind of breathtakingly ambitious goals with respect to vegetation treatment, both commercial and non-commercial thinning, application of prescribed fire, other efforts as well, to target this 1 million acre goal by 2025, which would be a significant expansion over where we are now. And everybody's working hard to achieve that goal. There's lots of barriers to achieving it. I think it's fair to say that and this is true factually in terms of how the utilities think about their fuels, is they sort of look at what is now and then assume grow back burn scars on a relatively short time frame, sort of a conservative time frame. And they don't really take these efforts into account unless they've already happened. They don't, for example, project forward treatment of 1 million acres statewide or treatment of some fraction of acreage in their territory that might reduce risk. And I think there's some good reasons for that, that have to do with, when things actually get done in practice, given all of the red tape and funding constraints that can exist, and just that firefighters who might do the treatments get busy because they have a fire to fight instead of a treatment to do. But I guess the question for the panelists is, what is your perspective on how these treatments can or should be accounted for when analyzing the impacts we've been discussing on vegetation, right? That the concern about fuel moisture and the changes that we're likely to see in that space. And this is sort of a multi-part question, but I'll just, I think it's better if we just take that one first. And just ask, like, how do you think should these efforts be accounted for when analyzing the impacts of climate change, or maybe when analyzing future wildfire risk?
I suppose you're waiting for me to say something.
Sure. Yeah, go for it. Sorry.
Well, tell you the truth, when I see these goals of 1 million acres in the state, I'm a little concerned, because I don't think we need a 1 million acres just evenly distributed across the state. There are some areas which are much more in need of these treatments, and those treatments are likely to be much more effective. I would begin with Plumas County. Now, there's a place that perhaps needs 1 million acres of fuel treatment, because huge accumulation of fuels. And this is generally true of many of our conifer forests. I'm a little concerned when I see suggestions of the numbers of acres in Southern California that need to be treated, because I'm not convinced that we need the same model in Southern California as for Northern California. We need a different approach to understanding the problem. And this is illustrated in a study that I did a number of years ago with Alex Seifert. And we looked at the distribution of fuel breaks in all the Southern California forests. Then we overlaid on top of that all the fires that happened in the past. And what we found was the vast majority of fuel treatments never had a fire come anywhere as close. And so they probably were not at areas at high risk. And then we looked at those areas where fires appeared to stop at a fuel break. And what we decided to do was to do interviews with the fire management officer on those fires to find out their opinion on why those fires stopped at the fuel break. Bottom line is, it wasn't because of the reduction of fuels. The reduction of fuels ultimately allowed firefighters access to those fuel breaks, and they did backfires. And so what that told us was that we need to think strategically when we're doing fuel breaks in Southern California. And the number one thing that we found was they're only effective when they're accessed by firefighters. And interestingly, the Forest Service decided to repeat this experiment. They put together an enterprise team, did essentially the same study we did, came to the same conclusion. That is, fuel breaks per se in Southern California vegetation is not going to stop a fire. What it's going to do is allow access to firefighters. And therefore, what we need to do is look at fuel breaks from the point of view of, would you send a fire crew up there to fight that fire? I was recently on a field trip with Nicole Molinari in the Los Padres Forest, and she asked, a group that was studying fuel breaks, pick out those fuel break proposed areas and tell me which ones would you actually send a crew up there. And it was interesting. A large portion of those fuel breaks, they said we'd never send a crew up there. What that says is that's not money well spent to put a fuel break in an area where you're not likely to access it for firefighting, particularly because the ember flow particularly when you have wind, is going to go right over a fuel break. It's not a passive barrier. And what I think strategic application of fuel breaks means is we need to think of how can we protect urban developments from fires. And so primarily those fuel breaks that are in a position to send a crew in to fight a fire between the urban environment and potential oncoming fires is where you need to put the money. And just doing them randomly across the landscape in Southern California is not likely to have a beneficial impact. And also it's likely to have resource sacrifice. As I mentioned, the chaparral vegetation is very sensitive to short interval fires, and we're likely to lose a lot of species if we burn too frequently. A good example was a study down in Orange County we did a year ago, where we looked at the intersection between the bonfire from 2020, I think it was, and another fire that had happened 13 years earlier. And there's two species of Ceanothus, which were cedars, and they had thousands of shrubs prior to the fire. And after the fire, it wasn't a single seedling. In other words, we extirpated 2 species from that stand by a 13-year interval. And this is not something that fire agencies are necessarily taking into account when they do, these treatments. For example, it's not uncommon to hear agencies say, well, this area just burned 5 years ago. We should go in and burn it again because it won't be as hazardous to do the burn, but it is potentially hazardous to resources. And if your concern is how to balance resources with fire protection, I think those are the sort of questions we need to ask. And they're really questions for Southern California. And they're not questions you would necessarily ask about forest treatments.
Thanks.
Yeah, John, your point is well taken, and I think it's a point that's been taken by the folks in Sacramento who have been trying to implement this effort to get the goal of 1 million acres per year accomplished by 2025. The approach that the state through the Wildfire Forest Resilience Task Force is taking is to take a really regionally focused approach and to have the folks in those different regions really be the drivers of the types of treatments that get implemented in those systems. And what we're hearing from the folks in Southern California is we want ember screens, we want roadside fuel breaks and fuel removal to stop ignitions near roadsides, and that the overall emphasis should really be on ignition prevention in Southern California as opposed to implementing like widespread prescribed fire in these chaparral systems that have seen too much fire. Such that when I talk to the stakeholders from Southern California about how they want their progress to be tracked, they don't want to necessarily track their progress in acres treated. They want to develop new metrics that we can use that aren't necessarily based on acres, that are based on creating those ember screens, creating those ignition prevention systems around these communities, so that we're not, like as you were saying, putting fuel breaks into coastal sage scrub and stuff like that in Southern California. And sort of in stepping away from that and going to the sort of the main question that Michael posed to us, I don't necessarily think that we should be expecting to see the sort of statewide impacts of these vegetation treatments this year or next year. I don't think that these fuel treatments were the reason that we had a quiet fuel or fire season last year. The climate driver is going to be very important. Do I expect there to be a long-term impact, and should the utilities integrate that into their planning? Yes, I do. But I think it's a little bit too early to do that. We haven't really figured out what the implementation of this is going to look like. And so I think the utilities should continue to communicate and be involved in the conversation around how we should treat our wildlands and fire-prone ecosystems across the state. John, do you have a response?
Not a response. I was just going to say I'm glad to hear that CAL FIRE is interested in these ideas. I wasn't so sure since we submitted a proposal to do this very work and they turned it down. The other issue, though, has to do with fire prevention. I've long held that in Southern California, fire prevention is probably more important than fuel treatments, except for treatments around homes. No question, we need to manage fuels around homes. But beyond that, fire prevention is probably a bigger issue. And what was a little annoying to me is looking at some of the literature that came out in the last 5 years or so from the Forest Service and CAL FIRE, where they've redefined the term fire prevention. I've always thought of fire prevention as stopping ignitions. That's what Smokey Bear was talking about when he said only you can prevent fires, is you can prevent ignitions. But in some of the literature in the last 5 years that I've read from agencies, they're now defining fire prevention to be fuel treatments. And so if you do a fuel treatment, you're preventing fire. And to me, that is really obscuring the real importance of fire prevention. And we ought to call it what it is. Fuel treatments and fire prevention really has to do with preventing ignitions. So I'll get off my grandstand here.
Yeah, I'm too new at CAL FIRE to be blamed for any kind of branding or messaging change. This is day 2 in my job here as in climate energy at CAL FIRE. So
okay,
I can't take responsibility.
So
Dr. Kane, we're running short on time here, and it's been a very interesting conversation, but I want to give Dr. Kane an opportunity to provide a perspective as well. And, if you don't mind, just folding in, you're thinking about how utilities can coordinate with these efforts in predicting vegetation change and maximizing the benefits for consequence. That'd be great.
Yeah, I think it was pointed out earlier on that it's just kind of important to remember we don't know the specificities of all of the fuel treatments that are going to occur, and if it's in proximity to our infrastructure, just the location, the type of fuels that would be burned, and kind of all of that. But we do want that coordination. It would be very helpful, especially because we incorporate fuel loading into our fire potential index. So it's something that we like to keep an eye on to, especially try to mitigate any potentials for any miscommunication or whatnot, especially amongst that vegetation. And we always, we're starting to get more into the vegetation aspect. I've been working on it for a couple years here now, and we're looking at advancing all of that vegetation type analytics and fuel loading and just constant awareness of what's there. So the coordination would be greatly accepted from the SCE side, especially because we're all working towards the same idea of just mitigation.
Yeah, and we as a state and the Wildfire Task Force in particular are trying to create the tools and the data sets to make all that collaboration possible, just to make sure everyone knows what's happening and so that we can leverage all of the work that everyone else is doing.
That's great.
Thanks, everyone. This has been a very interesting panel on vegetation. I think we've learned a lot about the regional variation in the issue and how to think about addressing it and how it might change under climate change. So it's been great. We're going to move on to talking about wind now. And John, you're finally going to get a rest. Thank you for hanging in the whole day. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we're going to be joined by Dave Sapsis from CAL FIRE as well. And thank you, Dr. Talhelm. Nice to meet you virtually as well.
Yeah.
So the next panel is with Dave Sapsis from CAL FIRE, who is, I think, leads CAL FIRE's modeling group. I want to say that. And Heather Kane from Edison. And we're going to have a discussion of impacts from climate change, or what we can discern anyway on wind issues related to climate change. We've already had some discussion of this issue, but let's dig in. Dave, are you on the call?
It doesn't look like he's on the call, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Let me see if there's a way I can dig him up.
Thanks, Alan. Give him a minute here. Andy, I'll defer to you on how long we should wait or whether we should let Dr. Kane have the floor. And maybe if
Dave will be joining us in a second here.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Yeah, I think since it's a shorter panel, we can go ahead and get started with Dr. Kane's responses, though.
Okay, sounds good. So the first prompt really just recognizes that there is real uncertainty and complexity when it comes to forecasting the effects of climate change on wind. And there's a number of studies that have different results. Some focused on average changes in average wind speeds that show kind of have both positive and negative senses, and then others looking at extent and timing of fire weather. And just be curious to hear, Dr. Kane, what you draw from the science, the state of the science today, and how you think about, or how Edison thinks about evaluating this into its fire risk modeling.
Yeah, I think just generally there's a lot of uncertainty here, and it's kind of embedded in the question. And the IPCC doesn't have any conclusive opinions, especially for our part of the world. And we kind of treat those climate portions accordingly. So since the projections are really inconclusive, at least at this point, we're taking the observations, and that's the main data source that we have at this point in time. And there's no comfortable feeling of making planning decisions on inconclusive projections or patterns, especially from a utility side. So relying on observation data is probably, it's the best that we have at this point. And kind of like in terms of the winds that could be occurring, or kind of what we think, just generally, it comes from, it's really hard to determine the type of events that cause the type of winds that, at least I can speak for SCE, that we're concerned with. So is it going to be a change in Santa Ana's or Santa Barbara sundowners? Are they going to decrease intensity? Will they increase? And there's a lot of just variability, especially amongst all of the long-term models, on what will happen. And I think earlier in the day, Scott Sternfeld from PG&E touched on their study for Diablo winds and whatnot, and they're having mixed reactions with their long-term models as well. So even though it's mixed, it's really going to be related, at least for SCE's territory, where the dislodgement of the polar air is going to be. And seeing that it's increased somewhat in the past couple of years, is that necessarily going to continue? Not necessarily, it's just going to really depend on will the polar air masses also become diminished in intensity. So we can have strong cold fronts and create extreme Santa Ana wind events. So it's kind of a mixed bag, at least from my perspective.
Thanks. That's a really helpful perspective. Dave, are you now on the call? There are two Allens on the call from CAL FIRE. Maybe that's one of those is a Dave? No.
One of them is a Dave.
Hey, thanks for making it. You want to, we were just discussing the kind of complexity in the science around changes in wind under future climate change scenarios, and that, there's studies, with respect to average wind speed, they're kind of all over the place. There's at least one study that looks at extent and timing of fire weather and strong offshore winds. Curious from your perspective, what sort of conclusions you draw that implicate, how utilities should plan, or maybe plan differently in the context of the state of the science that we have now.
Yeah, wind is very enigmatic. We know that wind is obviously, it basically functions like a power variable with regard to fire intensity. And so it's really important. And, going back to my first interactions with CPUC on mapping fire hazards specific to ignition and spread from overhead utilities, we maintain that wind were critically important. Our general approach has been to use numerical reanalysis procedures and then start to look at trend analysis. And it's still not super, conclusive. There are a number of studies that are kind of linking the increased energy of the atmospheric system related to increases in temperature, which are much more certain, to higher gradients, and thus both an increase in frequency and magnitude of winds. But really, nobody's gotten a full great handle on this one. What we are seeing is that catastrophic fires are show very, very strong correlations with significant dry wind events, which has been, you know, a pattern that's kind of borne itself out time immemorial. But in terms of sort of the climate change influence on wind regimes, it's a bit uncertain. You know, I think that the increased energy of the system, the increased dryness, the increased sort of moisture stress on fuels is certainly creating an enhanced environment for extreme fire behavior. And then you have the feedback that happens basically as a function of the fire's behavior itself. So I think you'll have greater fire-induced winds, and some of those have very, very strong feedbacks with you know, coupling with the atmosphere, like with plume fires. But again, you know, we're still just kind of nibbling around the edges, trying to figure out a really good research pathway to try to get at inference here. In general, it doesn't appear that they're getting less significant. I do think that the utilities currently, we're actually, you know, internal to FRAP, we've got a paper that we're working on with Brandon Collins looking at fire weather occurrence across time in just one particular area that's shown you know, a tremendous spike in fire activity. That's kind of the Napa Lake, Yolo County area in and around Lake Berryessa, where all of those complex fires occurred in 2020. It is showing some increase in and relationships to nighttime winds, but they're not it's not a really strong signal. So what we're hoping to do is very soon we should have our hands on what we think is a very much a dry and fire calibrated reanalysis product from Dr. Tim Brown that's 40 years long. And you know, that compares very favorably to the existing 16-year reanalysis product that we've been trying to mine for trend analysis and have been striking out. So we anticipate getting our hands on that 40-year reconstruction. It's being done at about 1.5 kilometers with WRF. And again, it includes a bias correction for winds, which we think is really important. You know, the models, if you don't sort of tie the models to ground sensor records, measured data, I think you're sort of, you know, shooting blanks. So that's our thinking and how we're going to be going about this. All the evidence is it's certainly not getting less severe. The degree to which sort of this interaction and synergy between other elements of the climate's environment, specifically heat and temperatures on wind, is, you know, still largely a clean blackboard we're looking to draw some relationships on.
Thanks. That's really helpful. So the next question, could you miss the slide, please, to 32? Next question really relates to, you know, some of what you were just saying, Dave, but I'd like to ask Heather to go first. Dr. Kane, you know, how do you think about leveraging historical wind data? We have, particularly when it comes to wind speeds at pole height, right? We got relatively short data sets that reflect when the weather stations were installed, you know, in Edison and PG&E's case in the last several years, mostly. San Diego's go back a little bit further. We also, so one implication of that, and even with the 20-year reanalysis product, is we may not be sampling fully the extreme events that we'd want to, sort of a 1 in 50 year or 1 in 100 year wind event. If that's important to do, we're probably not getting those in a short historical record. How do you think about, you know, using data, leveraging the historical data that we do have, and then potentially modeling it out into the future, or also, you know, using it to develop at least statistics that may be relevant to the future about what a potential low probability, high impact wind event might be?
Yeah, so Right now, well, what we've used previously, we have the 40-year historical data set, and we have, I believe it's a 2-kilometer resolution for the past 40 years over the SCE service area. And we do have the wind bias correction that Dave was talking about, just because you have to account for all that, just going back. And directionally, we get trends that way. Unfortunately, we haven't really seen a huge trend in any of the wind, only because it's kind of one of the hardest ones to model. Kind of going into using historical wind events, we do have, we don't have the longest history of weather stations. I think this comes up a little later as well, but as the time frame increases for the weather stations and they're out there and we have them deployed, we're just going to have more information to kind of feed back on that. And we have developed a lot of machine learning models and understanding of how certain areas react under certain synoptic trends and whatnot. But what we can understand is kind of how that would react in the past as well. So it's kind of understanding different weather patterns and how just kind of everything lays within the atmosphere and the amount of weather stations we have right now. We can kind of feed back to that. I think that I think that answers the question, right? I don't want to go like too far into it, but we do also plan on doing more long-term modeling to try to discern any long-term trends. We plan on downscaling global climate models within the next couple of years to kind of understand, to see if we can get more trends from that as well, to understand what's going to happen within the next 5 to 10 and onward years. Directionally, we might not be able to understand the specifics about wind in the future, but maybe we can get sort of that direction with downscaling those models as well, while leveraging the historical data.
Thank you. Dave, would you like to weigh in? How do you think about this challenge?
It really is a challenge, in particular when you're talking about the most extreme events, and they really can and have been shown to wreak havoc, even though they're really quite, relatively speaking, rare. And it may sound kind of obvious, but it's difficult to get a good quantified estimate of a frequency of a very, very rare event, because it is very rare. And if the entire sort of system is sort of tilting in response to some sort of trending driver, like let's say, temperatures, we're doubly uncertain about making estimates of those infrequent kinds of events. There's an entire body of statistics that I've started to, actually got interested in this when I first got involved with the CPUC and started thinking about, basically, extreme wind intervals, and it's extreme value theory. And there's a lot of different sort of assumptions that you make about the right-hand tail of that distribution that gets at your estimates. But again, you don't have a lot of real data to form the shape of that tail. Is it very, very thin? Does it taper? Does it go from 100 miles an hour once in 100 years to 110 miles an hour at 1,000 years? Or is it kind of fat and they're just, episodically occur? So it's a real challenge to come up with quantified estimate numbers, but we know that those features do occur in the past and are likely to happen in the future, and are going to be really significant kinds of driving events. I guess I would say I'm much more interested in an approach that looks at basically probability of peak above threshold, that there's some kind of critical threshold of extreme winds where we know, the proverbial hits the fan. And if we could look at those statistics and try to gain better inference with regard to what's trending along that likelihood across space, I think that would be one way that we could actually get at prioritizing where climate might drive wind as a feature, driving, fire safety and fire risks.
That's a super interesting perspective. Thank you. Next slide. So this, in a way, gets at what the response you just gave, both of you just gave, is sort of getting at, but you know, how should utilities be thinking about wind speed as a driver of risk, and how should they account for their short operational weather station data records? And I think, and one way to think about this, you know, maybe your point, maybe you already just answered this question, Dave, in your response. You know, that we should be thinking about the spatial extent of certain thresholds that maybe we can feel more confident about. Feel free to add on, but I'm going to let Dr. Kane go first and just speak to this issue, and your response also addressed this issue to some degree and to the last question, Dr. Kane. But if you want to add on, I welcome perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when we're talking about modeling wind events and wind speed, you know, the most accurate that we could be is in the short term, and that's why we have a lot of models that have different winds. So we have wind speed, wind gust, and we also have machine learning. So we have deterministic ensemble members. We have a lot of different models, at least in-house right now, as well as monitoring external models. And the machine learning has been proven to be very helpful in the short term. I think long term, it's going to come down to that long-term modeling that we'll start to work through and kind of try to get a handle on, while leveraging kind of historical trends as well. And I think that when we talk about averages or extremes, you know, there's pros and cons to both. The extremes are good to use, but they might isolate a grid cell. That's accounting for that extreme behavior or value out of everywhere else within at least the SE service area, because we talk about forecasting on a grid. And averages, you know, those could be helpful by smoothing data, but it could also dilute results. In certain cases, they could be helpful, but the issue with wind is that it's topographically sensitive. So averaging over grid cells could be difficult and mute the different winds and vectors that could be present within those grid cells. And I think there's just a lot of pros and cons to both. So kind of looking at all aspects, you know, we can look at the extremes, we can look at the averages and kind of understand, using our infrastructure, just kind of see kind of what the average or the extreme would be in isolated areas. So I think pros and cons to both, but wind is a tricky component, I think, just to think about overall.
Thanks.
Yeah, you know, I really want to drive home one fundamental point about wind, and I found this out by measuring it. It is remarkably variable in space and time. You know, I've recently become aware that precipitation patterns can also be quite variable in space. Literally a couple of 100 meters can mean quite a bit of difference in terms of rainfall totals. Wind is just like that. In mixed terrain, you know, which dominates a lot of our fire landscape in California, winds are really just quite variable. If we were to establish a set of, you know, a network gridded set of sensors, you would see a high degree of variability out there. And so making sense of all of that variability is one of the first challenges. The other thing is that you know, long-term strategic assessment, estimating when and where certain kinds of really critical winds occur, I think is more challenging than sort of near-term forecasting. That, you know, Heather has alluded to, there's a lot of techniques and ensemble model routines that are improving dramatically as we speak, you know, year to year in terms of our forecasting accuracy and precision. So we're getting good at kind of understanding near-term weather forecast. It's more like, how does all of that and, you know, sort of climate system roll itself up to express and manifest a particular sequence of weather across space and time that, again, you know, catches us out. And it catches us out in this arena because wind is a force on all of that material out there that's carrying energy that can start ignitions. And then it's also, you know, a driver on wildland fire spread, like I said, as a power function in terms of energy release. So we're sort of stuck with the notion that wind is super important, and yet wind is enigmatic. It's hard for us to get a great sense of, especially given its high degree of variability in both space and time. I think we're all of us that are interested in understanding the complexities of fire and risk mitigation in California are sort of honing in on this, and that's why you're seeing a lot of interesting research really trying to tease out relationships and predictive models.
Thanks for that. So our last question on wind, next slide, please, relates to the kind of experiences over the last, really 17, 18, 19, especially, where we had extended dry seasons into the period when offshore winds are most common in the late fall, and where historically it was more likely that we would see enough rain on the ground when the offshore winds occurred, particularly in Northern California, to really minimize risk of catastrophic wildfire. And there's been at least some science to suggest that maybe that change in the experience of those years is the probability of that is increased by broader warming in the system. Curious how, if at all, utilities should be accounting for this within their risk models.
I think that no, Dave stepped away for a second, but I think that from the utility perspective is, especially for SCE, that I can speak to, is we prepare for the fall because it's peak fire season, but we're always prepared no matter what time of the year it is. I think that the longer that a dry spell continues, the more awareness there is and the more we're prepared, especially like, for instance, earlier in the year when we started getting all of this precipitation, even though it wasn't a dry spell, we started preparing because we had acknowledged that there would be more vegetation out there, especially during previous panels. Dr. Keeley was talking about the increased foothill potential because there was more grass. So it's just something we're constantly looking for. We also look into, we have areas of concern that really accelerate inspections and veg clearance, and there's a lot of time and effort preparing for peak fire season, but pretty much year round we're always working towards that mitigating factor of what else can we do to mitigate any potential for kind of whatever may occur. And I think I saw Dr. Keeley also put in a chat to everyone is there is a focus on just the mitigating factors of the utility and what we can do to mitigate any potential for any consequential fire or anything that may occur. So it's not necessarily within risk models, I would say. I think the enterprise risk management team would probably know a little bit more on that, but at the same point, we're always mitigating and assessing the risk during whatever type of climate change period it may be.
Thanks. Dave, do you want to weigh in on this?
I think all of my comments apply, but sort of the one additional complexity, that weather has with respect to fire potential is that it's a cumulative, temporally rolling out window, and that it could, you could have a bunch of bad days and then something happens in the middle of it, you get a bunch of rain and it sort of resets fuel moisture. If that doesn't happen, you're really in extreme conditions. And so looking at the duration of sequential weather across multiple time periods ends up being kind of the final challenge to understanding how fire seasons integrate individual fire events. And so the timing and the actual sort of ordinal sequence across time ends up being really, really important. And what we see is some pretty interesting things just looking back past where certain kinds of things happen in a sequence that leads to certain kinds of, significant, fire potential. So that's just an additional sort of statistical challenge that we're falling into, is understanding you can't just look at the occurrence of one individual bad day, because there are lag times in systems with regard to fuel moistures, plant phenology, or is even basically a longer lag kind of system. And so you got to actually have an idea of how these individual fire weather events stack up across time, giving you some status, as you will, as it rolls out across the fire season. It truly is really a big challenge. That the fire weather component, as it is a function of climate and climate change, is, I think, potentially really the most difficult component of understanding fire potential. Of course, when we're talking impacts, there's a lot of uncertainty with regard to impacts on things that we care about. But at least when we're talking about the hazard side of the equation, I think that the weather is the trickiest for us to get a good handle on what to expect.
Thanks. That was a really thoughtful response to end this panel with. Really appreciate both of you and the time you took to think about these questions and respond so thoughtfully. We're going to take a short break and then come back. Andy, when would you like us all to be back here and ready to go?
So we'll take a little under 10-minute break. So we'll meet back at 2:40. And yeah, thank you so much, Dave and Dr. King. Glad we were able to catch you, Dave.
Yeah, sorry, I'm ephemeral sometimes.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thanks, everyone. See you in a few minutes.
So I'm showing 240. Can we go to the next slide? Okay, so that's all the panels we had for today. So really appreciate all the experts for contributing, and thank you so much to Dr. Wara for facilitating. Thought there were some really great discussions and learned quite a bit. I wanted to move now into talking a little bit more about how to apply some of the lessons learned during these discussions and like what other areas we needed to explore. I wanted to give it back to Dr. Wara for a little bit of an opening remark.
Sure. Thank you very much, Andy. I think we've heard a lot about the developing science related to the impacts of climate change on wildfire risk, both kind of where we can feel more confident about impacts, where we really need to, and Dr. Keeley was particularly helpful in this, like encouraging everyone to think contextually about the issue. But we heard this from all the speakers. It wasn't just limited to him. So the real question, or one aspect of the question that's especially important for utilities is how moving beyond probability of ignition models and the potential impact of climate change on those, how the kind of what we've heard about today, especially with respect to heat and aridity, may implicate consequence modeling. And with the right-hand side of the bow tie in the mitigation planning process. And this is potentially quite important if wildfire consequence, if climate change drives wildfire consequences significantly higher in areas that utilities do not currently see, in the current context, see those risks as significant, then we may be putting avoiding making investments now that would in future prevent significant risk. I know all the utilities are trying to avoid that outcome and no one wants to see a repeat of the last few years, but the situation is extremely challenging from a scientific and risk management perspective. It's not a simple problem to solve. And so we wanted to have a conversation regarding integration of these effects into consequence modeling. And this is a little bit challenging in some respects because the utilities also rely heavily on others for some of their consequence modeling, and so they're not the first actor always in this, and they're more of a client to a vendor. But I think it's important to start thinking about. It's also as we've discussed and talked about today, important to think about in the context of very long-lived utility assets like covered conductor and underground conductor, because we want to make sure that those investments are occurring where they need to go, and to the degree that they trade off against each other, right? That a utility is doing more undergrounding or more covered conductor, that mix is optimized to reflect not just the risk today, but the risk in 10, 20, and 30 years in California and in the service territory of the utility in question. So the intention here is to have a conversation around these issues. And I'll just, I think we're well poised to have it, given the scientific conversation we've had today about what we understand about the impacts of climate change on factors that drive utility wildfire risk and consequence. With that, I'll hand it back to Andy.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Can we go to the next slide? So the way we were hoping this sort of next hour to look is to have it be an open Q&A, including from the public finally. But before we get into receiving any questions, there are a couple of questions I wanted to go through first to sort of set the basis. And this first one is that, we only had panels on heat, aridity, vegetation, and when. And I didn't forget about the poll we took at the beginning. I have those answers now in terms of like what other factors should be included, and some of them kind of fall into similar discussions to what we talked about. So people included like vegetation management and population growth into high risk areas, tree mortality, weather patterns, and wind. But there's also inclusion of weakened root systems and how that relates to mudslides, degraded air quality and ground ozone, as well as wildfire smoke impacts, and then precipitation overall. And then there's also just suggestions that there needs to be like a unified approach led by academia, and having more direction from regulation would be helpful. But did just want to open it up to both panelists and utilities about like, are there any major factors that we haven't discussed that we need to include as part of considerations? Or Brian, is here unmuted? Or Nathan?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to give the interesting technical answer, but I will summarize an idea that I think as climate adaptation lead for PG&E, I've encountered many times, which is that we should push our technical options as far as we possibly can. And also, they're never going to be perfect. And so there's a really important role here in both, using the operational models that will tell us what to do next month and next year, but also climate vulnerability assessment and planning backwards from the future that we expect. And I think that there's sort of lots of ways of adapting, bottom up, top down. And some of the questions that have come up today, they'll be answered by bottom up mitigations like changes to design standard based on prevailing understanding of average conditions in the future. But bottom line is resilience is a multifaceted capability. It's why we have major emergency planning and response functions, as well as, planning for a safe and reliable system. And so I just wanted to put that out there because, I think sometimes there's an emphasis on focusing on technical solutions and pushing them as far as we can. And like with wind, it's like clear that we just need to treat that differently. Like we can't get the resolution that we would like for really, really precise planning. And so we have to use decision-making under uncertainty type tools. So just wanted to put that out there, sort of the big context that I'm taking away.
Thank you. And yeah, I guess that leads well into the next question I had. Dr. Tallow?
I just want to talk a little bit about smoke. We haven't really talked about it much. There are clear impacts of smoke. There are on public health, on mortality. We've seen that in a lot of the wildfires we've experienced over the last, half a dozen or so years here in California, where we've had really long, prolonged periods of heavy smoke impacting some really heavy population centers. The vegetation management treatments that we can put on the ground should help alleviate that to some degree. If we can do prescribed fire instead of a wildfire, we have some influence about where that smoke goes and how it's dispersed up into the atmosphere, and can limit some population impacts. But it's also an impact of climate change and of ignitions that the utilities need to be accounting for as well, in terms of trying to prevent the impacts of wildfires and unplanned ignitions.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and did want to poke into the second question here. So I know in the morning we had a little bit of an overview about what utilities are currently doing and what they're leveraging, but in terms of any holes, was curious from the utilities to talk a little bit more about what factors you need in order to be able to leverage a model. So I know I personally talked to the utilities in the past that there needs to be a certain type of granularity in order to be able to fit it into their existing models. And we've talked a lot about uncertainty today. And so it's a matter of like, what level of uncertainty are you willing to take in terms of being able to factor in what is, you know, ultimately unknown. And then also like if there are certain output formats that are needed. So maybe there are resources out there that are really great. It's just not able to be used in the current format that it's in.
Hi, Andy. Can you hear me? Joaquin from San Diego Gas and Electric.
Yep, can hear you.
Yeah, just a couple of thoughts. We've been talking about the climate models and the consequence, but we are, especially from the CPUC, we're getting a lot of direction about our customers, right? And not only from affordability, but a potential consequence to our customers, especially in AFN. So that's something that we also need to take into account in our consequence model. The other thing I would like to add to your second question is probably the distinction between operation, about the potential PSPS, the energization decision that we need to make given a weather forecast, and the long-term investment planning models that we need to think. And that uncertainty is putting us in a difficult position, because we only invest once in a hardening feeder, right? And if we do cover conductor, but then in reality it should be undergrounded, we get a lot of pushbacks from interveners, right? So getting the science right is really key for us. We spend a lot of time in our WMPs or in our workshops defending our modeling assumptions. And to Dr. Michael's point before, we rely on vendors because we want to get the answer right. I hope that triggers a conversation.
Yeah, thank you. And Nathan?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really big question. I can add something here, which is that, you know, we've begun at PG&E trying to inform our ramp bow ties with climate data out of recognition that, you know, the risk will be better understood. But there are some real problems with that process, including the fact that annual frequency data is needed in the ramp process and isn't always, you know, the best way to utilize climate data. And on top of that, the ramp process discounts out year risks. And so there's not a way that we know at this time to display through the ramp process, to make change through the ramp process that accounts for that future risk, even if we're able to do sort of some integration based on climate data. There's a whole proceeding about that. I'm sure many of the people here are aware of or participating in that proceeding, but it's an interesting question to ask: how do we bring together, once again, the short-term safety view and the long-term climate view so that we're making good decisions? And I think that the combination of RAMP and climate vulnerability assessment is a really good belt and suspenders approach to start. And it's going to take some experimentation integrating those two pieces of work to get us further. But that's my perspective from PG&E. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, it looks like Brian's trying to participate. I'm not sure if you're able to speak now. Yeah, still not hearing Brian, so I think he's having technical difficulties. But yeah, I did want to touch Nathan, that kind of leads well into the next question on the next slide. If we go to the next slide. So, you know, we've been talking about the resources that are available outside of utilities and understand that, you know, climate change is much larger than just wildfires and just utility wildfires. But did want to ask utilities about how much should be done in-house in order to kind of closely tie in the specific needs that you need and specific risks, and how frequent should those assessments be done, and how much collaboration have you had and should you have with other utilities in that regard, especially given the variance in territory? Oh, Brian, you still seems like not able to hear you. I don't know if you want to hear from PG&E or SDG&E.
Andy, I'm happy to speak to this, but I'm afraid that I'm going to state the obvious on this one, which is just that we're already required to do our own climate vulnerability assessments by CPUC order. SE has done one. It was very, very good. We're turning ours in May of next year, and the Sempra utilities will do so after that. And like I said before, I think it's really critical that you have both a near-term risk assessment and a view of the future. The difficulty is in bringing them together to have a comprehensive way of managing risk now and going forward. And we would be happy to share the white paper we're writing for the risk-based decision-making proceeding at the CPUC with OEIS as well, as that's the topic of that paper. So don't have a clear answer, but one of the very important first steps is making the climate impacts visible to our own engineers who are responsible for managing those risks. And the climate vulnerability assessment is a comprehensive way of doing that. And so we'll have a lot to work with once that's complete. Thank you.
Yeah, and Joaquin from SDG&E, similar thoughts as Nathan, right? We are required to do it before our ramp or during our ramp cycle. But also I would like to add that maybe there is a scientific breakthrough, and that requires us to re-evaluate our model. I think at the beginning of the call, Dr. Michael Wara mentioned as well that he likes the continuous improvement process and a collaborative approach, and that's what we are seeking, right? If someone from academia figures out a new model or a new estimation of consequence, we should update our model. We should update our consequence and our strategy, and that's why we are here.
Okay, thank you. And Brian, any luck? Oh, we can see you now.
Hey, can you guys hear me? I just joined, so I missed a question.
Oh, we're on this top question, but essentially asking how much should be done in-house by utilities, and how frequently should those assessments be?
Yeah, so I think this is something that needs to be taken up in collaboration with our grant process, given that that is the funding mechanism. We have, as I mentioned earlier today, engaged in a study to pressure test our existing IWMS strategy to make sure that we're undergrounding in locations that are appropriate and not necessarily just, deploying cover conductor. And we want to make sure that we have a risk-informed view of that with a forward-looking lens. There is a lot of different factors, but there's a lot of unknowns. So as we mentioned earlier today, there's a steady state sort of apples to apples comparison we had, holding most variables constant except for live and dead fuel moisture, but there's other interactive things that we need to understand. And paramount amongst those is population growth in the WUI. Speaking for Edison, we are one of the largest underground utilities in HFRA, believe it or not. So we have about 7,000 of our distribution miles within HFRA that are already undergrounded. We have about 1,300 miles this year that we're going to additionally harden. And we have about 3,100 miles that we're going to harden throughout the next few years. So beyond that time frame, whenever we reiterate on this climate model, it will be sort of reassessing what we've already hardened. So we're maybe in a different state than the other utilities, but we are very, very, very far along in our grid hardening strategy. So we just thought that we had to get ahead of this a little bit, maybe quicker than others, but still happy to provide lessons learned and, refresh our models as needed.
Thank you. Yeah, and I want to try and give as much time as possible to the open Q&A. So just have this one last question. Just curious on both thoughts from the utilities as well as the panelists we've had today. But throughout the day, we've heard, ties to various panels, how heat's related to aridity and how that's all related to vegetation. So sort of curious about how you're compensating for those sort of correlations where there's potentially double counting and kind of in figuring out the interrelationships of those factors.
Yeah, I'll begin and say correlation does not equal causation. And I think Dr. Keeler said it well, that, just because you have a wind event doesn't mean you're going to have a catastrophic wildfire. And just because you don't have a wind event doesn't mean you're not going to have a catastrophic wildfire. So I'll start there. In terms of overcompensation, I think one thing that you can consider is you look at these problems in many different ways, right? So you can look at fuel growth, you can look at humidity, you can look at aridity, you can look at wind, you can look at past fire history and future fire history. And the locations, at least in Southern California, where we think we have a significant amount of wildfire risk, they're generally similar. I think what we're doing now is we are generally looking around the margins of where we could have additional risk, at least in Southern California. But I think we have a pretty good idea of where we have specific relationship patterns between the major elements of wildfire risk. But welcome to hear others' thoughts.
I guess if there aren't any other thoughts, we can move to open Q&A. Yeah, I guess on the next slide. So yeah, now want to open it up to any panelists or any utilities or any attendees to ask questions. You can either use the raise the hand function or type in any questions in the Q&A, and it can be read by a moderator, which would be me. Just want to make sure that when you do ask your question, please try and, well, first of all, introduce yourself, but also try and direct it to who you want to be asking specifically. So if it's a matter of like a particular panelist or a particular utility or utilities overall, please include that as part of it. So I guess with that, are there any questions? I guess it might be a matter of Q&As late in the day, so people are tired or answered everyone's questions already. But oh, here we go. Dr. Wara.
Well, in the interest of kicking this off, I'm just going to say, I'm ask a question for maybe the utility folks in the room. What do you see as important next steps for collaboration on this issue? Because ideally we'd have like a standardized approach to this that reflects a common understanding, but also respects the diversity of service territories, both climates and built systems. And I'd be super interested to hear from you where you think the next steps, the next year of collaboration should go on this issue. Thanks.
Yep. Brian, did you have a additional question or a response?
No, I have a response. Dr. Wara, I think that's a great prompt here. I think what we really need to come to an understanding about, and I think statewide, and we've sort of touted for this or advocated for this in the risk OIR, is that we need to have a common understanding of risk tolerance and risk attitude towards wildfire, right? So, there are terms bantied around like catastrophic wildfire, destructive wildfire, significant wildfire, but we don't have a statewide planning standard. And until we do, we're still kind of dancing around the topic of, what are we trying to prevent here? And this is not just for wildfire per se, but also for the mitigations for wildfire, like PSPS, right? So in order to sort of balance out those risks and those risk attributes from those two mitigation activities, and even cost effectiveness, we need to understand, what's the risk tolerance that the state is willing to take. Individual utilities have their own risk tolerance, but that's still something that has not been decided in any venue that I'm aware of. So I think that's the most paramount thing that we can talk about. The study of wildfire itself, I think once we understand that, we can sort of come to an agreement, I think, amongst utilities and also stakeholders about how we should best move forward in this. But it's hard to judge where we put our efforts until we really understand that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with Brian just mentioned. Also that we are almost unpacking the climate science industry or climate science modeling approach, and we are also asked to make decisions, investment decisions, and at the same time, I think SDG&E approach is to participate, collaborate, and be a partner. Right? We don't want to be in position of making our own models, making our own predictions. We want to collaborate with industry, with academia, with vendors that help us understand those future scenarios for us to make the proper investment decision. Also, one thing that I always wonder is, what are we trying to say? What we are trying to solve? Are we solving for those catastrophic wildfires in terms of acres, or acres plus the structures destroyed? And also structures destroyed and population, because depending on how you are looking at the problem, your mitigation strategy changes. So if we can find some agreement on how to combine those, it will also be very beneficial for us, because you could propose a mitigation to reduce acres burned, but you are not affecting any people. So that creates a challenge for us as well.
Yeah, that's well said, Joaquin. This is Nathan Bankson from PG&E. I would just say we are doing this right now in many of the proceedings that are going on at the CPUC. As Brian alluded to, the risk-based decision-making framework proceeding has questions about risk tolerance. The climate vulnerability assessment phase 2 proceeding is asking, what should the standard planning scenarios be? Or should there be, certain scenarios for certain purposes? The state and the IOUs are getting organized together about how to do this in a consistent way. And, to the extent that state agencies involved can continue to come together, coordinate with each other, and we'll make sure we're all having the same conversation across the issue space. That's always helpful. So, this has been great discussion today, and I hope we can have more like that.
Great, thank you. And then Dr. Brown, did you have a question?
I was just going to make a quick comment, returning to the last question on the previous slide about thinking about correlations and really how important the coming together of multiple factors are for thinking about the highest impact, the low probability, highest impact events. I think something that could be used to interrogate this more are some of the modeling efforts that are producing these very large ensemble forecasts or hindcasts. And so one example of that is what's called the unseen data set from ECMWF, which stands for Unprecedented Simulated Extremes Using Ensembles. And so that's a physical model that's going to not have this issue of inappropriately putting, high wind events with low precipitation or something that's unphysical, because you have a physical weather model that's pretty well calibrated, that's known to be doing pretty well. You have hundreds of ensemble members for the past, where as long as you're looking out say 2 weeks from when it's initiated, you're basically sampling just much more possible weather in the past than you would if you're just going to use the past as kind of your pool and to fit your probability distribution on. And so that's a real strategy to try to get at those tail risks that's much better than just fitting a Gumbel distribution or extreme value distribution to the observational data sets, because those distributions don't know anything about the physical probability of multiple variables coming together at the same time. So I just would flag that as a possible path forward, is to start utilizing some of these data sets that exist with very large ensemble members in the past and in the future that sample much more of this atmospheric internal variability, which is going to be a major contribution to whether or not catastrophic impacts happen. Just a lot of this, unfortunately, is kind of unpredictable luck of the draw, and is not super constrained by the climate response to increased greenhouse gas concentrations.
Yeah, thank you. That's really useful information. Checking again, see if there are any additional questions or comments from any attendees. I went through my list before this. Maybe I should have saved them, but do want to give people the opportunity. It's not always where you have this many experts on climate change in one place, people to answer questions. So.
So Andy, I do have some parting thoughts, and maybe some closing thoughts just for the group to ponder. I think the vast majority of our, at least utility efforts, have been, involved in hardening our infrastructure to prevent utility involved ignitions. But I think in the future, there is still a lot of work to helping to understand how the spatial patterns of, non-utility involved ignitions would impact our assets. And I don't just mean our overhead assets. I also mean our generation facilities. I mean our roadways, how they may impact our work crews. So I think, as we alluded to, and I think Nathan alluded to earlier, it's not just about the utility as the agent, but also as the receiver of the risk itself. And that's something that I think we may be shifting our focus a little more on. And you can see that sort of those themes in our climate adaptation vulnerability assessment. So again, I think it's really important to continue to have these discussions, like you said, with all the stakeholders here. Even though utility ignitions are less than 2% of total ignitions, it's important to understand the overall pattern of ignitions. We had the LNG complex, we had a number of lightning strikes, we have a number of human habitation issues in the summer, meaning a lot of campground fires. That's just code for that. So it's really important that we understand that and we can take some mitigation measures proactively for those activities. So I think one of the panelists said it earlier, this is a sociological issue as much as it is sort of an atmospheric fire science issue. And I think the next forefront is also understanding, like I think we alluded to, the differences in population impacts, the difference in WUI population growth, and also just the broader changes in land use, land cover. Couple of challenges we have with fuel models. Everyone will tell you, like, hey, how do I model this agricultural land, and do I consider it fallow, or do I consider it fully irrigated or not irrigated? So that's an example of having the same agricultural land, but maybe changing water patterns due to agricultural development or policies could actually impact the landscape. So I think this is a little broader than the static models. We've sort of made it simplified to look. And I think at Edison, we look forward to collaborating on some of these nuances in the future. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, I know that it's also a evaluation of like where to harden pulls for a matter of staying up during a fire, and staying up in terms of ingress and egress to not pose an additional risk. So really appreciate that comment as well. I guess one last call for any additional questions or comments. If not, we can move on to next steps. I guess not hearing anything. Can go to the next slide. So in terms of next steps, some of the key questions we have, and you'll notice these are fairly similar to the community vulnerability scoping meeting in terms of just like how to figure out how to move forward, is what key factors should be considered as part of wildfire mitigation planning. So I know, again, we talked about some during our panels today. I know there are other ones in consideration as well in terms of like smoke impacts. And then also, what are the steps into integrating these considerations as part of consequence modeling, knowing that utilities are kind of at different points, including all of these factors. And there's a lot of consideration just in terms of like what, where to pull these factors from, and that a lot of them are still in development and will take time to really get to a point of like accuracy that the utilities feel comfortable with. But a matter is that, you know, you're making long-term hardening decisions now. And so trying to be as accurate as possible, knowing that these factors exist. And then also, are there any other areas where climate change could be included to better inform decision-making? So Brian did a great job of alluding to this in terms of not just a matter of looking at utility costs, wildfire risks, but also just impact overall to utilities facilities. But even outside of like ignition or consequence risk, are there any decisions that utilities are making where climate change should be factored in? Number 4 is a lot of what we've kind of covered today, is just like, what are the barriers for implementation of including climate change into modeling? And then lastly, just in terms of the longer term vision, what we started with is that ideally we'd want some sort of standardized approach, and some sort of technical understanding on that approach. But how long will it take to get there? And like what areas should be standardized and up versus up to the utilities, and given the flexibility needed for the wide range of different factors that each utility faces. And then just in terms of like how long will this take to implement? What will it look like in 3 years or 10 years? So next slide. So just kind of as a wrap up for today's scoping meeting, was very much just kind of an introduction into what should be considered and what things are available, and starting to have that process of bringing experts together, knowing that like there are a lot of efforts outside of just what energy safety is doing. But really just wanted to see it as like an initial meeting, hence why it's called a scoping meeting, to try and figure out like how we should move forward in terms of integration with other agencies and other efforts being completed by academia and such. And so wanted to open it up in terms of like what sort of follow-on activity this could lead to. So we could have like an additional similar scoping meeting, or we could have it where utilities kind of coordinate together and develop like a proposal for how they can start working towards a more consistent approach. Also want to accept written comments from attendees on any suggestions, both in terms of like what that scope should include or just any sort of considerations that should be a part of figuring out the next steps. And then maybe another factor we've considered is setting up an additional working group. So I know many of you are already aware of the risk model working group that exists, which meets monthly and talks on pretty broad range of anything relating to risk modeling. So could potentially have something similar as like a parallel track that specifically looks at climate change and how to approach that. But recognize that that takes a lot of time and effort and don't want to be too duplicative of our other work streams going on. So next slide. So I wanted to open up another live poll. So this will be used similar to the one that we did this morning where you can submit short answer response. And this is just like a first step to receive any sort of feedback and any brainstorming on what next steps you might think would be a good idea, who should be in the room, or anything we didn't cover so far. So Rain, can you open that poll? Or, oh, it looks like I can. So give it one more minute. And yeah, unfortunately, only attendees can respond, not panelists. Right, so I'm gonna end the poll. Got 5 answers, and unfortunately my Zoom doesn't let me view them. So Ryan, if you could pull that up, and also stop sharing your screen for now. So I'm gonna share mine if that's okay. Right, can everyone see? Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Sorry. Can you see my screen okay?
Oh, good. I went away.
I just messed it up.
We could, yeah.
Great. So in terms of next steps too, if wanted to provide more time to give more analyzed responses. So we are going to be accepting comments in terms of feedback on today's scoping meeting, as well as any thoughts on next steps for how to further evaluate climate change integration into utilities risk analyses. And that can include scope, venue, whether that be through like an additional working group or another meeting, or having utilities work together to submit a proposal. And then lastly, just any additional necessary resources or including participants that should be a part of that. And then we wanted to have the comments due in 30 business days. So it'll be by September 5th. And then in order to submit comments, we'll be accepting them through e-filing through the 2023 to 2025 WMP docket. I'll also include these instructions as a follow-up after this meeting. But with that, concludes today's scoping meeting. Just wanted to give a major thank you to all the participation we had, both from the panelists and utilities and presentations this morning. Thought that we covered a lot of ground in a short period of time, and thought it was at least a great first step in sort of setting this basis in terms of how energy safety wants utilities to be moving forward with climate change. So really appreciate everyone's input, and also wanted to give a huge thank you to Dr. Wara for helping facilitate today's meeting, and especially for all the thoughtfulness on during the panels. Thank you. Unless anyone had any final remarks or questions. Not hearing. Oh, and yes, we'll be posting the slide decks. So we can share those as well. I think that covers everything. Thank you so much, everyone.